Okay, I'm live again. Yeah, that last stream was clearly, yeah, didn't work. Didn't work. I think because I had the audio off for the first couple minutes. So maybe it just wrecked it in the algorithm because I was there for what, 15 minutes and one person showed up. So anyway, trying again, and we'll see how this one goes. Let's see. Maybe it's a terrible time to try to stream. Might be. That's all right. Whatever. Got my edamame. I'm in good shape. See if this one does better. Alrighty. Let's check out some of the latest on Ridgeland. This has been pretty interesting. What's up? Hey, look. Look, guys. Got co-hosts today. 2 co-hosts. Wait. 3 co-hosts. Oh my God. Look at all this. Look at a bunch of foxes. Yeah. You know about that. Look at these guys. They've been begging me to come on. They've been begging me to co-host the show for a long time now. What's up, Felix? Okay, clearly this is working. Before my last stream, which, by the way, it was titled the Steam Stream, Find Your Vegan Soulmate, Guaranteed. I thought that would get it, but it didn't. It was total clickbait. Total clickbait that I tried to pull on you guys. YouTube shut that down. Shut it right down. Yeah. Yeah, they're nice co-hosts. They're pretty good. They share a lot of valuable insights. They do. All right. Let's do these just one by one. There's a ton. There's a ton of these. Okay, so this one
leads to the state of Wisconsin to Fox 6 investigation leads to the state of Wisconsin to change its mind on the sale of 5-week-old puppies for research.
State law prohibits breeders from selling puppies younger than 7 weeks old, but for the past 13 years, state regulators have given Dane County Breeding Farm a special exception. That ended today, and it ended thanks to a Fox 6 investigation by Brian Polson, who joins us in the newsroom. What do you know?
Hey, Ted and Mary, we reported Monday that Ridgeland Farms sold 45-week-old pups to an Iowa laboratory back in March. Turns out they've been doing it for years with the blessing of the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. Ridgeland Farms, as we've told you, breeds thousands of dogs every year for use in scientific experiments. And we found some of those puppies are still being weaned from their mothers when they are shipped off for experimentation. Today, Ridgeland provided Fox 6 with a letter signed by a state animal welfare official 13 years ago. It allows Ridgeland Farms to sell dogs as young as 5 weeks and transport them without their mothers as long as they're being sold for vaccine or biomedical research. When Ridgeland applied for this variance back in 2012, it said, quote, "The sale of this age animal is important financially to our business." As
I was in this meeting last night via Zoom for the Dane County Board of Supervisors, who did in fact vote in favor of the Beagles on a resolution, unfortunately a non-binding resolution, however, still good, calling on that state regulatory agency to revoke the license of Ridgeland Farms. The vote was 30-5, and then 2 people abstained. Explain that to me. So 2 of those commissioners watched all those people get up and they thought, I don't know. I don't know where I stand on this, but whatever. 30 of them voted yes. And 5 of them are shills for the industry, apparently.
Well, as to the future progress of health care. I asked
Good
DACCAP
numbers,
if the
though.
variance is still legal here in 2025.
We'll
Less than an
find
hour
out
ago,
more.
DATCAP notified me they have rescinded the variance based on legal counsel's advice. Going forward, Ridgeland will no longer be allowed to sell beagles under 7 weeks of age. In the newsroom, Brian Polson, Fox 6 investigators.
Have we heard from that Ridgeland, or do we know if they will try to appeal this in any way?
We just found out about this minutes ago, Ted. We had heard from Ridgeland earlier today with that letter in defense of why they were doing it. We have not heard since this has been rescinded.
Brian Polson in the newsroom, thanks so much. And more breaking news to tell you about. We are...
Okay. Go on their page. Give those stories some likes. We're gonna keep going with them. Here's another update from a couple days ago, this time from WKOW 27 News. Ridgeland Farms sues DATCAP for delayed records on alleged animal cruelty. Let's check it out.
Research facility that breeds dogs for biomedical. A Blue Mounds research facility that breeds dogs for biomedical studies is now suing the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, saying the state isn't treating it fairly when it comes to open records.
New at 10, Renee Aldana has you covered with Ridgeland Farms' claims of unfair treatment and the new video it's using to make its case.
Ridgeland Farms filed the lawsuit this week. It says it requested records in March from the State Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection, or DATCAP, but is still waiting 7 months later.
Ridgeland Farms is one of only 2 large breeders of dogs for experimentation in the country. Animal advocates have long reported severe conditions and suspected animal cruelty at Ridgeland Farms. DATCAP also received reports from animal activists about the conditions at the facility. Those are the records the farm is trying to get. Jim Newman is a spokesperson for Ridgeland Farms. He says they need the records to respond to claims from critics and DATCAP's questions.
They are literally fighting for their survival when it comes to allegations made by those opposed to.
Ridgeland fighting for their survival. Oh, man. Tough times over there at Ridgeland Farms.
To what they do and questions raised by DATCAP itself.
According to the lawsuit, other requesters got records in days, while the farm hasn't received a single document.
A period of 7 months is the extreme situation, and we would certainly think that at least some of the records could be provided.
This week, Ridgeland released new video showing what it says are true living conditions inside the facility after activist footage claimed otherwise. Newman says the activist footage was taken illegally in the middle of the night while the dogs were sleeping.
The way those animals acted was very different than they would act if it weren't these strangers running around taking videos.
The footage released compares the behavior when strangers are not present versus when they are. Newman says the vast majority...
Yeah, this guy's full of shit. I met Julie, who was one of the 3 beagles. She lives in a beautiful home now with people who take care of her. And she still spins to the right over and over and over again. She is severely traumatized from what happened to her at Ridgeland Farms. So no, the footage speaks for itself. It's got to be really tough for these spokespeople to explain that away. They're doing their best, but it's obviously not working because people can see it with their own eyes, you dumb fuck.
Of research they do translates into veterinarian treatments for our pets. He tells me the farm hopes the lawsuit pushes the state to act and allows everyone to see what they say is the full picture.
We reached out to DATCAP about the lawsuit. This afternoon, a spokesperson said that they would follow up when they had a full response to share. But so far, we have not received that full response.
Renee, thank you. And back in February, Dane County appointed the La Crosse County District Attorney as a special prosecutor to investigate the allegations of animal cruelty at Ridgeland Farms. That investigation is not yet complete. Tonight, the Dane County Board of Supervisors approved a resolution urging DATCAP to revoke the farm's commercial dog breeder license.
Word on the street is that District Attorney is preparing a slap on the wrist for Ridgeland Farms. And let's see. Here's that video that we just saw. And then let me I did in the last stream, but check out Wayne Shung's blog talking about this, which also includes calls to action for people to follow up on all this stuff. So Yeah. Oh, there's more. This one from earlier in the month. Lead veterinarian has his license suspended. Let's check it out.
Development tonight in the investigation of Ridgeland Farms, a controversial dog breeding facility in Blue Mountains.
What you're seeing right now is footage from inside the farm. For years, Ridgeland Farms has faced scrutiny from animal rights groups and investigators, but now the state's veterinary examining board says enough is enough.
WMTV's Tabitha Bland joins us with more on the board's big decision today.
The state veterinary examining board voted unanimously to suspend Dr. Richard Van Domlen's license after finding he allowed unlicensed employees to perform painful surgeries on dogs, often without anesthesia or proper medical care. But today is only the beginning of what might be ahead for the facility.
Just sitting in, the rolling hills of Wisconsin, and I think it has been a big secret for a long time until now.
These videos from inside of Ridgeland Farms, a dog breeding facility in Blue Mounds, are why animal advocates like Amy Van Artsen have been fighting for years for the state to step in. On Tuesday, the Veterinary Examination Board did.
I mean, we're all crying happy tears, and I might start crying again, just a huge sense of relief.
The VEB voted unanimously that the farm's main veterinarian should have his license suspended. It happened after years of allegations that Dr. Richard Van Domlen let unlicensed vets perform surgeries where they cut off parts of dogs' eyelids without anesthesia or proper medical care.
We've seen the footage inside the facility. It's concerning. It's disturbing.
But as that investigation ends, Dane for Dogs President Rebecca Robinson explains more concerns are on the horizon. Last week, DATCAP referred 311 additional violations to the Dane County District Attorney, as a special prosecutor is also finishing up his findings.
The noise is such that the employees have to wear hearing protection when they go in. The urine and feces, DATCAP reports an inspector said that his nose and throat burned for hours after he left the facility because of the smell of urine and feces.
What you see in the video footage is the dog spinning in circles. It shows the dogs are in distress.
But this isn't the end of the fight. The facility still has its operating license. In fact, just last week, the USDA deemed them compliant, which is something that the farm referenced in a statement to us Tuesday, also saying in part, "We look forward to the opportunity to defend Dr. Van Domlen's record and also the reputation of Ridgeland Farms."
What a reputation.
The Dane County Board of Supervisors recently introduced a resolution urging DATCAP to revoke Ridgeland's license to operate and place the remaining dogs into protective custody. With Dr. Van Domlen's license suspended and additional violations mounting, pressure is growing on regulators to shut down Ridgeland Farms entirely. Live in the studio, Tabitha Bland, WMTV 15 News.
Tabitha, thank you. Online records do not show.
All right. Did I link to that? Let me make sure I did. I think I did. Yeah. All right. And then just last night, this one.
Breeder lose its license. Should a controversial dog breeder lose its license? The Dane County Board of Supervisors is calling on state regulators to decide.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson live in the newsroom. Brian, we got new developments about Ridgeland Farms.
Seems like we do every day, guys. There's always something. Well, this time, Dane County Board voted 30-5 last night to approve a resolution that calls the Beagles at Ridgeland Farms sentient beings that deserve ethical treatment. Since 1996, the Blue Mounds, Wisconsin facility has bred Beagle puppies for use in scientific experiments. In January, a Dane County judge found probable cause that Ridgeland Farms had committed crimes of animal cruelty. Last month, the Veterinary Examining Board suspended Ridgeland's lead veterinarian for delegating painful surgeries to non-veterinarians. Now, the board is calling on the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection to determine if Ridgeland Farms should lose its breeding license.
I think we built a ton of political will yesterday, and I think we're going to continue to build on that. And I think now DATCAP, ball's in their court, they've got to act. And so I think that we as a community are rallying and having our Dane County supervisors stand up in support of that too. It's a huge deal, and that will not go unnoticed.
A spokesman for Ridgeland Farms who attended the meeting criticized many of the supervisors for voting without visiting the facility in person. But
yeah, they wanted to give the the supervisors this guided tour after they clean up the facility, you know, and make it look all nice and make sure they can show them this picturesque view of the place, and then they're criticizing the supervisors for seeing through that bullshit. And yeah.
Has been battling bigger concerns. A special prosecutor appointed last winter to investigate criminal charges expects to make an announcement on that early next week. Meanwhile, Ridgeland Farms is suing the Department of Agriculture, Trade and Consumer Protection over public records. The petition filed Wednesday argues that animal rights
Word on the street is this could happen as soon as Monday.
Rights groups and the media have been given preferential treatment. Ridgeland is asking a court to order DATCAP to release more than 2,000 internal emails the breeder first requested back in March. Guys.
Brian Polson from the newsroom. So many developments in that story. Well, people had to bundle up.
Indeed, indeed. And here on Wayne Shung's blog here, he describes how the district attorney, in his view, is not taking this seriously and is preparing to give Ridgeland what amounts to a slap on the wrist. And it's well explained in this article what's been going on behind the scenes between him and the district attorney. He has ways to help out right here on his blog, including contacting that district attorney, who is set to make an announcement again as soon as early next week, possibly Monday. So there's that link again. God, I don't know what's happening to me on the algorithm. My stream is just dead tonight. What are you going to do? I don't know. It's probably not the best time to stream, but yeah, when is? Who knows? All right. We'll carry forth, I suppose. All right. Let's check this out, this Animal Activism Collective chat. So there were 2 recent fur farm raids this week.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the channel. We've got a good one for you today. A lot has been going on in the animal rights movement. We're definitely going to be diving into the 2 most recent fur farm raids.
Well, I mean, just talking about, so you got fur farm raids, you got Zoe's trial going on, you've got the Ridgeland stuff going on, you got the Vogue win, you've got the Omni win, you've got the Boston Fashion Week win. That's not even counting all the many wins on foie gras and fur that are happening on a local scale, restaurants deciding to go foie gras free due to pressure campaigning from activists, wins in the fur industry. I mean, it has been a dizzying couple of weeks in the animal rights movement. A good problem to have. It's hard to know where to even throw my attention because so much shit is happening. By the way, before I move on, I had this in the last stream, which tanked, so I took it down. But let's point out that Zoe Rosenberg was featured today in The Guardian. Pretty cool. And what I like about The Guardian is you can read it without paywall bullshit. So there's that story. Right, Felix? It's nice when there's too much happening to keep up with everything. Yes, exactly. Sometimes things will be quiet, and this month, man, there has been a lot going on. So, also we had Project Livestream last night, earlier today. I think 20 plus activists got out in front of slaughterhouses. That's Mel and Steve's initiative to get people out there filming the animals going in, and spread this around, do live streams, get tons of views, that sort of thing. It looked like things were going really well. There were some interesting incidents that occurred, notably on Jim Lettuce's stream. It appeared to me and to the activists that one of the activists was assaulted by a slaughterhouse worker Luckily, everybody seems to be okay. But that happened. Yeah, so yeah. Like you said, Felix, just way too much to keep track of, honestly. Great problem to have. All right, let's go back to this AAC live. Not live. It was live earlier, but I've not watched it yet. Okay. My buddy Trey. I did post the clip of our chat, Trey I had on just the other day to talk about the Omni Hotels foie gras win. And put that short on my channel.
That happened in Illinois and Iowa. I've got a quick disclaimer to read. While Animal Activism Collective supports the overall mission of animal liberation, our group was not involved in recent ALF actions. We are simply here reporting on it. So like I said, it's been an extraordinary month for animals, corporate victories, some political shifts, underground actions, all happening at once. And now I'm joined by two familiar faces. We've got Peter Young. He's an author, a former fugitive, a former political prisoner, and a former member of the Animal Liberation Front. And we also have Dr. Jerry Vlasic of the North American Animal Liberation Press Office. Thank you so much for joining us on the channel. Like I said, we're going to dive right into the fur farm raids in a minute, but really quick first.
What's up?
I just want to acknowledge
what's up?
The big picture here. October is proving to be a huge month for animals. So much is going on. We've got the Condé
You guys, since we're talking about a fox fur farm that got raided, I just want to show y'all that I have some foxy co-hosts today. Oh, yeah. They're here to give their take on what occurred. Something tells me they would approve. So anyway, they're really a little unruly. Like they won't just. Okay, let me see if I can get that. Okay, you position yourself there. Okay, you can speak on the mic. All right, you're going to be my lead co-host. Okay, you're good. You're good right there. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, and then you're just on the bottom. I'm sorry. It's okay though. It's okay though. Your buddy's on your back here.
Last victory, for those of you that don't know, Condé Nast is the parent company of Vogue magazine, GQ, Vanity Fair, The New Yorker, Pitchfork, and others. So the fact that Vogue magazine will no longer be featuring new fur is huge. We also had the Omni Hotels victory, which was the campaign to get them to drop foie gras.
You know what I mean? Right, Trey?
Multi-billion-dollar hospitality giant that has caved to activist pressure. And of course, we've got the two ALF raids, 2,000 minks released in Iowa and 80 foxes released in Illinois. And unoffensive.
Did you hear that? 80 foxes, guys. 80 of your friends are free. Wow. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, guys? You know what I need to do? Pull up some fox sounds. Foxes are cute, by the way. Maybe we can pull up the famous Finnegan fox. Let's check this out.
Look at the eye boogies. I haven't seen you in days. Hi. Hi, kitties. Who's a good boy? Is it you? Are you a good boy? Hi.
How adorable.
Hi, buddy.
Look at that smile. Oh, so nice.
I missed you. Oh, the mosquitoes are getting me. They're getting me. Hi. I missed you.
You hearing this? You hearing this, buddy? You hearing this?
Mosquitoes.
Oh, they're really bad.
Yeah. Very beautiful. That was adorable. And that, I'm sure a lot of y'all heard, she tragically passed away recently. Very sad.
Animal also reported that 62 hens have been liberated in France, and now Poland is edging toward a fur farm ban. I want to go to both of you on this.
Yeah,
We'll
I forgot to mention Poland too. So much.
Here, but what do you guys make of all this? You've both been in the movement for a long time. When's the last time?
Uh-oh. Is that me? No, that's Trey. Uh-oh.
Hey, I think you froze.
Hey, what's the last thing you heard me say?
When was the last time?
When was the last time you felt all these things happening for animals? Like when was the last time there was this feeling in the air?
I don't remember anything like this. I mean, this has been an incredible few weeks. So yeah, I mean, you just rattled off all these victories. The Vogue thing is massive. I mean, it's huge. I'm not really qualified to say what it means for the industry, because I think a lot of us don't know. But just in terms of the symbolism, it's absolutely massive. So I really can't overstate how significant the Condé Nast win is. Omni Hotel is obviously massive. And then, 2 ALF actions back to back, which harkens us back to an era that doesn't. I'm glad to see has not left us, which is these road trips. I mean, I'm only speculating here, but where you would have multiple fur farm raids back to back. That was something that happened many years in a row, and I don't know if we've quite seen anything like this in a while. So yeah, huge.
Kind of wild. Yeah,
Dr. Vlasic.
Yeah, I don't know when I've seen this kind of momentum either. I was fairly new to the movement.
Big time momentum.
Back in the 90s, when there were a lot of underground direct actions going on behalf of fur-bearing animals. But this feels like a new era, and it feels like the momentum is really going to carry over. I really hope this is the final nail in the fur coffin.
Yeah, so there were 2 raids, and I think just like 7 or 8 days apart or something like that. They happened very close together. Do you think the activists acted so close together because pelting season is approaching? And what does that urgency tell us about the realities that animals face on fur farms this time of year? Dr. Vlasic?
I think the timing would be so I mean, one way to look at it is if you've got all the equipment, you've got people ready to take action, you're in a car, you may as well maximize the time. You have all the ingredients together. It would make sense to double up, so to speak, and do a couple actions back to back. So it may just be, they're already kind of mobilized, and so why not maximize what we have, in terms of like the resources and everything, and just do it, in a quick succession. I know you said it had been under a week. Jerry, is it my understanding was it like within like it was like an under 48 hours, right? Can you?
No, not quite. First of all, I will say, to answer Trey's question, that I think this is because pelting season is fast approaching, and all these animals are slated to be killed.
Just to give a sense of how rapidly this happened, I was talking to Trey, doing an interview with Trey about Omni, and when we were done recording, I was like, "Oh, did you see that? There was a fur farm raid," and I was talking about the foxes, because that had happened first. There was a communique put out like a day previous to that about the 80 foxes that were rescued. And so he was like, oh wow. And then like within an hour, I saw posted on social media 2,000 mink rescued. So this happened extremely rapidly. But let's hear
in the next month or so. So I think that is what spurs people to get busy at this time of the year. As far as these two raids, though, the first one was in Illinois on October 14th, which was, I believe, a Tuesday night last week, that involved the release of all 80 remaining foxes on the fur farm. And the second raid was this Tuesday, the 21st, I believe, of October. So they were almost exactly a week apart. And that was in Iowa. And
but that means it maybe just we didn't hear about it until later or something.
You kind of made an insinuation that maybe these were like the same group of people traveling around. I don't necessarily believe that this was the same ALF cells. Because we got to communicate on one and not on the other, which would kind of make it seem like maybe it wasn't coordinated directly with the same cell. But that's speculation, and we may never know the answer to that. But yeah, they were almost back to back a week apart.
Okay, I'd heard about them within probably 48-hour periods, so that's why I thought they were back to back. So I don't think we're helping the FBI anybody, just speculating. We certainly don't have any insight here as to who was responsible or
they are probably our top viewers.
But yeah, they happen probably, I don't know, 5.
FBI, if you're watching, please like and subscribe the stream. I mean, it could be multiple of you, not just one.
6-hour drive apart. You've got Illinois and Iowa right next to each other, and yeah, so the fox and mink farms, to my understanding, all kind of aligned in terms of like when the animals are always killed in the same, November, December period. So there's increased urgency right now, and the urgency is actually even elevated because of what's happening in the fur farming industry, where you have farms are consolidating right now. They're all retreating, waiting for the market to rebound. And so most of the farms that have been investigated in recent years have been found to only be keeping the breeders, and they're keeping the breeders just to hold back and wait for the market to rebound where they actually start breeding the animals again. So what you have right now is farms that are probably roughly at, let's see, so average breeder has 5.5 mink per year. So you have farms that are roughly at, under 20% capacity right now. So what would previously take 10,000 mink to empty a farm is now going to be about 2,000 mink. So that also makes it a really, really optimal time in terms of this point in history, not this point in the year. So there's a lot of things happening right now that make this just the absolute best time for this to have happened.
Yeah, consistent with that, the communique from the Fox Farm raid did mention that most of the cages were already empty when they got there. And I mean, you could speculate that they'd already been killed for the year, but I don't think there was any evidence of that. I think more than likely either these were just the remaining breeder pairs, or perhaps the farmers just cut way, way, way back, knowing that the profit margin just isn't there anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned, Dr. Vlasic, about the communique and how you received or the press office received.
Oh, what's up, Nil? Can't watch. Oh, okay. Well, just so you know about I don't know if you saw, but the Dane County supervisors last night voted in favor of that resolution. I know you knew about the first meeting. I don't know if you knew about the second one. The second one happened last night. They voted 30-5 in favor of the resolution, with 2 people abstained. But anyway, that's what happened. They are expecting district attorney to make a decision as soon as early next week, which could be as soon as Monday. But thanks for popping in, Nilf. And that's pretty much the update. We just watched some news stories on their YouTube channels, the Fox 6 Milwaukee channel, another channel I can't remember the name of right this second, but yeah.
One from the Fox Liberation, but not the Mink Liberation. I would like to just quickly read the communique. This was received anonymously on October 14th. Not even so much as a fence surrounded the barn at Ashelman Fur Company, from which we could already hear the foxes' cries of distress. Could they sense we were there, smell us perhaps, or hear us digging feverishly under the barn's wall? Or maybe they just cried out every night, hoping someone would help them escape this hell that they did nothing to deserve. We hear you. We are coming. Finally, we had made a hole big enough to slide under the wall and into the barn. It was large with hundreds of cages, but whole rows were empty. Had this fur profiteer fallen on hard times, or had they already murdered most of their prisoners by now, late October? We hoped for the former, but the remaining captives were all that mattered now. We set to work making sure they would have more than just one way out. The barn's big sliding door wouldn't budge, but luckily it was made of a pliable sheet metal that we were able to bend outward just enough to make a fox-sized hole. On the other end, seeing that the front door had no alarm, we simply opened it and let the cool night air in. When we at last approached the first cage, the fox inside reacted aggressively, snarling and biting at our wire cutters. Were we in your position, we would no doubt do the same, but tonight you will learn that not all humans are animal-abusing scum. We opened the cage, and the aggression quickly turned to curiosity. We opened the next and the next until every last one of the 80 or so foxes was free. Some of the cages were fastened shut and required cutting. Others had a simple latch. Some of the foxes made noise at first, but once the cage door was open, they all exhibited a silent curiosity. What is happening? Do I dare to jump out? Where do I go after that? As more cages were opened, we noticed foxes scurrying around the barn. After opening the last of the cages, we ourselves made our way out. There in the field behind the barn, a lone, beautiful white fox ran around us in almost a playful manner. She lingered and watched us as if to say thank you. Truly astonishing behavior from one who had only ever known imprisonment and abuse. A magical moment that we dared not stop to appreciate. You don't need to thank us. Seeing you leave this horrible place is all the thanks we need. Now is the time to run. We, the Animal Liberation Front, have promised the foxes and mink of this world for decades now that we would destroy this vile industry. We are far, far behind schedule, and yet it is so close to collapse. We have allowed it to teeter on the edge of the cliff for years, almost as if we are daring it to back away and return to what it was 30 years ago, a golden age of fur that countless activists fought so hard to end. Dear reader, is that something you want to see happen? Because if not, know that you are the final piece we need to push this despicable industry off the cliff for good. Your inaction only serves the fur farmers. They are counting on it. Make them count empty cages instead. Initial thoughts about this communique.
Fucking beautiful line. By the way, they mentioned this white fox running around them. I don't know if I had ever even seen a white fox. Here's some white foxes. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. That is a beautiful animal.
Hey, Peter.
There's kind of several categories of communiques. There's sort of the clench-fisted militant communiques, and you've got the communiques that sort of try to tie animal liberation into some sort of bigger political theology. And this is kind of more on like the whimsical, and maybe whimsical is not the best word, but it's like very lighthearted and kind of poignant. I thought it was well done. It's got the blow for blow, you know, frame by frame as to like how they did what they did, and then it ends with the kind of obligatory call to action, which I think is good. You know, if you're going to carry out an action, you would like the impact of the action to hopefully be felt beyond even just the animals you save in the form of inspiring activists. So I think that's what they intended to do, and I think it was well done.
What stands out to you, Dr. Vlasic?
Yeah, I think the whole tone was meant to inspire other people. Not only the joy of watching these animals go free, but also the call to action at the end. I think this was. I found it very inspiring. It is softer than some. I mean, some are much more militant and so forth. But I kind of like the tone of this particular communique.
Yeah, it kind of appeals to like a call to action there at the end, right?
There may be fewer than 25 fox farms left in the whole country, and maybe less than 100 total fur farms in the country. So it wouldn't take much for these remaining places to be put out of business. If just a couple of dozen people would take inspiration from a communique like this and get out there and do what needs to be done. So, yeah, the fur industry is teetering. It's on the brink, as I think even the communique mentioned. And I think if we're going to end it now is the time with all the momentum that we have behind us.
Yeah,
we should maybe
go ahead,
talk
Peter.
about the significance of the Ashelman Fox Farms. That was the first one that was raided. That was the site of a undercover PETA investigation. You can still go online right now and pull up the footage. A guy named Matt Roselle went undercover in the Ashelman farm in the 90s. And I think if you go on YouTube, it's like Stella McCartney for farm investigation or something. I'm not sure why it's called that, but that footage is from the Ashelman farm. So that was like some of the only footage to this day that exists from inside of a fox farm. And that came from the farm that was targeted. Interesting that the communique didn't mention that. Maybe the perpetrators didn't even know, or maybe it's just too old for it to matter. But I think in my mind, the Ashelman farm is like,
let's check it out. Here it is. Stella McCartney's fur farm investigation. Why doesn't it go full screen? I don't get it. Why doesn't it allow full screen? That's weird.
Hi, this is Stella McCartney for the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. The image.
Okay, trigger warning, guys. If you don't want to see this stuff, just this is a short video.
The images you're about to see was shot on a fur farm in the United States, where conditions are supposed to be among the best in the
So
world.
apparently this is the fur farm. And there's a white fox, just like was described. Yeah, this is apparently the same location.
This caged fox, a bone in his leg fully exposed, was videotaped by PETA during a 4-month undercover investigation. No veterinary care was ever provided for this animal or countless others suffering and dying on this fur ranch. This fox's eye was sealed shut by a raging infection. The animals who somehow survived such illnesses were eventually electrocuted for their pelts. This fox cannot hold his head upright due to an ear infection.
Yeah, instead of showing this whole thing, let me just link to it if y'all want to watch it. I don't want to make people go away. So there's that.
It's like the Death Star. I mean, that's the footage that we all saw in the 90s of fur farms. And that was really the only footage we had. And so at the time, again, this is the 90s where it was repeated often that was the largest fox farm in the country. I don't know what the source of that was. It's definitely not now. I don't think so, because 80 would be probably on the low end of like a medium-sized fox farm. A lot of farms will have in the dozens, some will have in the hundreds, but if there's only 80 left, it's probably aligned with the broader trend of the fur farms now just keeping the breeders, waiting for the market to rebound. So, but that farm is significant.
Yeah, coincidentally, Ashelman Fur Farm is where the co-founder of the Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade, CAFT, was arrested nearby. I don't know there's any evidence that he raided it, but yeah, Tyler was arrested right outside that farm. I don't know what's it been, Peter, like 20 years ago now or so. That
it's probably 13.
Yeah, maybe it hadn't been that long. Yeah. But yeah, just kind of a coincidence, kind of old home week for Ashelman Fur Farm.
Yeah, they were pulled over. I mean, their whole getting pulled over and arrested all happened. I don't know if it was in Roanoke, but they alleged that they were on their way to that farm. I don't know if there's any actually evidence to support that, but that was the allegation.
Yeah, Peter, I don't know if you remember this, but on the last live stream, I was kind of asking some questions about, are there any extra safety precautions that you think that activists take when it comes to liberating foxes rather than minks, because they're bigger animals than minks? And in this communique, they did mention that the fox was kind of, snarling at first, but once they realized that, or I guess they became curious once they realized the cages were opening. So I just thought that was something interesting. I don't know if you remember us talking about that last time.
I do.
Yeah, I do remember that. If I had to, so I don't know if there's a lot of experts when it comes to releasing fox, because there's so few farms and there's been so few fox liberations. But if I had to choose which animal I was more scared of, it would definitely be a mink, based on what I know.
I mean, come on, look at this little feller. Look at that little feller. Look at that smile. Honestly, that's kind of creepy, actually. That's a bit of a demonic look he's got on his face right there. But it's joy, okay, guys? He's smiling, okay, right? Don't criticize that. That was them. That was them that said that. I mean, that was their feedback. I gotta speak for them. They're very shy.
I missed you. Oh, the mosquitoes are getting me. They're getting me.
Yeah, you're not scary. You're not yeah. I think you're fine. Currently reading Operation Bite Back. Thanks for that. Yes. Great book, Felix. I'm sure you're loving it, and you will love it, I'm pretty sure, all the way through. By the way, Rod Coronado put out a new book. We had mentioned it during our interview. It was called Memories of Freedom. And it was a little unclear to me whether it had been released because it was already available on Amazon. Rod told me that was premature. That shouldn't have been there. But he did say it's finished up. And so I suppose it's available. I haven't gotten it yet or seen it, but I suppose you could check that out. Memories of Freedom. Rod, sort of in his own words, and he already put out a book. I don't have it here on me, but he put out Flaming Arrows already. So this is kind of the second, in his own words, kind of book. But what's probably cool about this new book is it also includes all the stuff like since the last ones. Like he's doing a lot when it comes to hunting and that sort of thing. There was that, I highly recommend people to watch that interview and follow some of the links below it, because there was a documentary put out about his Operation Wolf Patrol. That was a pretty interesting documentary. Just kind of showed, all the confrontation that he deals with out there with those hunters. I believe he was in Wisconsin at the time, and now he's sort of doing it in Vermont. Or not sort of, he is doing it in Vermont, I think. Well, I shouldn't speak for Rod because I don't know, but there is like a Vermont Wildlife Patrol group.
I missed you.
Okay. Finnegan.
Mink are, they're kind of like land piranhas. I mean, they have really sharp teeth and they're really aggressive, and it's no reason to be scared of either one. But fox, in my opinion, are very timid in the presence of humans.
Yeah, it never ceases.
I can concur with that, Peter. I mean, I've had these guys over here by the mic the whole time. I don't think they've said a word. Very timid, very taciturn. Guys, I brought you on here to co-host with me, and I feel like I'm the one doing all the talking. So I brought you here so that hopefully I could sit back, take a little break. You guys could lend your support,
To amaze me, not just foxes and not just fur-bearing animals, but so many different animals. They have no reason whatsoever to trust humans. All humans have ever done to them in their lives, a lot of the times, are just exploit them and harm them. But I just think it's so beautiful the way they wrote about this fox kind of.
But Operation Bite Back, probably the wildest book that I read. So that, along with Peter Young here, his book Liberate, are just phenomenal reads.
Changing their mind about the person and becoming curious, and then the part at the end about the lone white fox just like prancing around. Gosh, I mean, it's
poetic.
So beautiful. I don't know.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about mink is that they're really, really aggressive. So if you're on one side of the cage, they're going to lash at you. They're going to screech at you. If you come, your glove comes anywhere near the cage, they're gonna try to bite it, and they're really aggressive. And then you release thousands of them, and they're swarming the ground, and to a degree where they could probably take a human down if they wanted to, and nothing, no aggression at all. They're not biting your feet. They're all the aggression that they had when they were inside the cage is just gone. And it's quite intimidating to be surrounded by a bunch of animals that have extremely sharp teeth and are carnivorous. But I've never been made aware, never experienced mink even so much as nibbling at someone's feet once they get released. Now, is it because they know what's happened to them fully, or is it just they're just have their mind on other things at that point? I'm not sure, but it is noteworthy to mention that.
Peter, in your experience, is it like an instant mood shift when the cage is open? Like, I mean, is there? I mean, I guess you said you're kind of unsure, but I don't know. It seems like maybe there would be some kind of inclination or curiosity with them where they're like, oh, like what's happening? Oh, we can run. Like, are you able to like pick up on when they sort of realize like, hey, we might be out of here?
Yeah, it doesn't happen right away. You'll open a cage and they'll just sort of kind of sniff around, and a lot of times they will actually just like stage dive right out of the cage. But there's usually a little bit of trepidation, and then once they hit the ground, I think there's just confusion. They're trying to orient themselves, and then oftentimes, they don't hit the ground running. It's not like I don't think they have the full spatial awareness to know, okay, we need to like make a beeline for the fence. They're just sort of enjoying the moment. And but there can be fights with other minks that happen, and there's a lot of kind of just commotion and chaos, but their attention is not on humans once they hit the ground. Their attention is on interacting with other mink. There's a lot of squealing, which is really unfortunate because it kind of is quite intimidating once you have thousands of mink squealing, because it can be cause for flight, because the concern is the farmer's going to wake up because it can be very, very loud. But yeah, I don't know if they're really focused on anything other than just orienting themselves once they hit the ground, and then they start to disperse.
Yeah.
And then foxes, just to kind of wrap that up, the foxes are kind of not really the opposite, but they're very timid. And we talked about this in the last live stream, but they tend to stay in cages until the humans are at quite a distance. So, I think that it would not be normal for a fox in terms of my experience, but that's limited. But my understanding is that foxes will tend to stay in their cage until humans are long gone, and then only at that point try to come out.
To revisit this motivation issue with the communique, I think it's important to at least mention that a lot of these farms go out of business after they've been raided because they're already operating on a very marginal profit loss status anyway. And to lose that kind of, especially if these are breeding pairs, to lose that kind of stock out of their barns is often fatal to their business. And I think we've seen dozens of fur farms go out of business after they've been raided. So there's a good reason to go after these guys. And it's not just those animals. It's not like they're just going to stock up again and do the whole thing again next year. I mean, some do, obviously, but either way, it's expensive. Their insurance prices go up. They have to invest more heavily in security measures. This farm, the fox farm, didn't even have a fence around it. So if this guy's gonna stay in business, he's gonna have to at least think about putting up a fence and perhaps some additional security, which doesn't sound like there was any in this case. It was, and most of them don't have a lot of security. Most of these smaller farms, whether fox or mink farms, have very, very minimal amount of security. So it's not a very difficult thing for somebody to get involved and do another one of these liberations.
I went with the Woodbine farm, the mink farm in Iowa that was hit a couple of days ago. I went there just as part of it. I didn't go past the fence line, but I hiked up around the back of the farm just to confirm it was open some years ago. And very ramshackle farm, smallish, on the low end of like what would be considered a medium farm, maybe 8 10,000 mink, which actually kind of tracks. If they released 2,000 mink at this farm and they were all breeders, that would kind of line up with it being about a 10,000 mink farm at capacity. But yeah, very low. I mean, it's just like the fence is like literally chicken wire at that place as of when I was there some years ago. But yeah, that's, I mean, like Jerry's point is exactly correct. That just these farms just simply, the profits are too small for them to invest in security for all but the largest farms.
I want to bring it back to the big picture for a moment. We talked about at the beginning of the stream, Condé Nast has gone fur free, which means LVMH, which is like the fur behemoth, right? And other brands still selling fur. They won't be able to feature those items in Vogue. And so many major fashion brands have gone fur free over the last 5 years. And
I didn't realize until the Condé Nast thing happened how vast the Condé Nast empire of media is. It's like Vogue, Teen Vogue, the New Yorker. No idea that was a, I don't know if the New Yorker would ever have fur in it, but that's a pretty big deal right there. It was just a huge list of publications, and the New Yorker stood out to me. There were a couple dozen.
Poland's on the verge of banning fur farms. I'd like to get both of your thoughts kind of just on the state of the fur industry right now. At the time of this live stream, Poland's, if my notes are correct here, lower house of parliament has passed a bill amending the Animal Protection Act to ban the breeding of animals for fur. This bill would mean fur farms would have to be phased out by the end of 2033 and would compensate the fur farmer.
That is a hell of a long time away. 2033. Still good, though. I mean,
who are going out of business. I've seen a lot of animal rights pages kind of incorrectly reporting that Poland's already banned fur, but I think it's,
we have that a lot. We misreport things a lot.
It's yet to be seen, but it's looking pretty good. The bill still has to pass in the upper house, which is basically the Senate, and then be signed by the president to become law. If Poland really does ban fur farming, what does that mean for the future of the global fur industry, especially considering all these other wins that are happening?
I think the president has pretty much come out and promised to sign the bill. I don't know about the second house of parliament or not, whether it has gone through that or not. I think this would be huge, though. Poland is the second largest fur farming country remaining in the European Union. More than 20 countries have already banned fur farming in the EU, and only Finland, I believe, is still killing more animals than Poland. And it has decreased in Poland a lot. They've gone from 810 farms in 2000.
That reminds me, you guys hear me promote that film sometimes, EO, which was about a donkey. But that was set in Poland, Polish director and everything. And EO, the donkey, finds himself on a fur farm. And to me, it was one of the most vivid depictions of a fur farm in film, apart from documentaries, of course, that I've ever seen. Highly recommend that film. Just a harrowing scene, by the way. Such a good film, EO. But yeah, that would be massive. This weird 8-year timeline is a little disturbing, though.
2015 down to only about 209 farms today. So they've had about an 80% or 75% decrease in farms, and a corresponding number of animals have been decreased as well. So this would be huge, though. This would be, if Poland joins, and it looks like they will, I'm pretty confident. I think most people are pretty confident that this will go through. This is huge for the world market, I think, and I think this is just one more nail in the coffin.
Yeah, nothing really more to add to that, except that I think Finland and Greece, as far as my understanding, are the only two countries left in Europe that haven't either banned it outright or indirectly banned it by making it unprofitable. So that just leaves two countries. Finland's the biggest. Greece, as far as my understanding, is kills fewer animals for fur than Poland. So Poland would be right in the middle. So it's huge.
Yeah, we've got some questions in the comments here. Let me see.
What's up, Kane? How are you doing? Thanks for taking part in Project Livestream the other night. How did it go for you? Well, I kind of know because I saw your debrief with Mel and Steve. But thanks for going out there. Oh yeah. What was notable was that weird thing about them inviting you into the slaughterhouse and then someone saying no, and then chasing you out of there. Yeah, I remember that. Didn't see it live though. That was a lot of activists doing that.
Somebody asked, was this an especially touching liberation considering what we were talking about before, which is, the activists were arrested outside of that fox farm in the past?
I think it always adds a cool, I don't know, flair to an action when there's some, whether it's been a farm maybe where people have been arrested in the past, or there's been some attempted raid or something, some unfinished business. I mean, there's always unfinished business as long as the farm's standing. But yeah, sure, it certainly makes it slightly more notable. I mean, I think anything that happens right now is notable in the sense that, like, just Iowa specifically, going to that farm, there's only 3 mink farms left. There were 14 as of 10 or 12 years ago. So there's only only 3 left. And my understanding is that all 3 of those only are keeping breeders right now. So you know, if this farm goes out of business, which it's going to be hard to recover from, you can't just replace breeding stock. You can't it ranges from difficult to impossible to replace breeding stock. So you might have put that farm. There's a very high chance that farm was put out of business, which would leave only 2 farms left. There's one in Fredericksburg and what is the other one? In Jewel, Iowa. Those are the 2 that are.
Went to the sanctuary after. That's a nice contrast. I bet you are tired. It's quite late for you too. You're like keeping my hours. I was up late last night in those streams.
I mean, so hugely significant. Both those farms were significant in different ways.
So we're on the brink of maybe fox fur farming being totally abolished in the United States then.
They approve.
100%.
They approve of that.
Anything to add, Dr. Classic?
Wait, Jerry. Jerry. Just want to see if my co-hosts here have anything to add. Let me get the sound effects going. I think we've got some fox sounds too.
I missed you. Oh, the mosquitoes are getting me. They're getting me. Hi, I missed you.
Wow. You guys sound excited about all that. Man. All right, take it away, Jerry. You go.
I mentioned earlier that there were probably now fewer than 25 fox farms left in the country already. So yeah, it doesn't take much. And as long as the business remains so marginally profitable or not even profitable, there's no incentive for people to go into this business.
The glitch. The glitch happened.
Go into this business, and there's also the family legacy thing. I mean, most people.
What's up, Alicia? Nice to see you. Well, I wasn't using the comment thing anyway, because helpfully they've got their logo down there. So this is the Animal Activism Collective live stream from earlier today.
People have kind of passed this kind of stuff on from family to family, and I think we're seeing less and less of that going on today as well. So I think once a farm shuts, it's not likely to reopen.
It's worth also mentioning that, and we talked about this in the last stream we did, but it's worth mentioning again that a fox farm raid is going to be the easiest thing you ever do in terms of they're not noisy the way mink are. There's generally going to be like many fewer foxes on a farm, so emptying it was a much easier proposition. And most fox farms again have in the dozens of animals, not hundreds, not thousands. So and foxes again, there's not going to be this cacophony of noise that you're going to experience with mink, which is one of the biggest risks involved associated with these actions. So it's just really couldn't be simpler.
Yeah, I think it's important to just to reiterate too that these foxes are native to North America and don't have any trouble surviving on their own. The fur industry and the fur farmers, fur profiteers, all like to say that these are domesticated animals and that they're all going to either get run over by cars or freeze to death in the first 24 hours. And that's just all bullshit that nobody in their right mind would believe. These animals have every right, every chance to survive in the wild.
Guys, hit that like button and subscribe, okay? Because I just had to go to my own stream because of the whole glitch situation. That's how I'm going to see y'all's comment now, is watching my own stream. And I noticed something very disturbing, which was that there were 8 people watching and only 4 likes, which I don't have to tell you, the math just doesn't add up there. That's not good. That's 50%. And I think we can do better. You know, if you're taking a class and you got a 50 out of 100, that's an F. That's an F, guys. We can do better than an F. So hit the like and the subscribe, and let's boost those numbers. Man, I was struggling, and you guys got to help because the algorithm was fucking me earlier. But this is the second stream. First stream might have been my fault because I didn't have my microphone turned on, and I was talking, yapping away. Luckily, Louis came and let me know that I was just doing that shit. And that's what Louis was looking at.
Maybe not all of them will, but the majority of them will. And 100% of them are going to be murdered sometime in the next 30 days anyway. So the fact that they're all getting a shot at life is huge, huge on an individual level, but also huge on the fact that we're putting these people out of business and they're not going to be doing it anymore.
We have another.
I wasn't singling you out, Felix.
Question in the comments. If you could say, sorry. What are examples of below ground efforts facilitating victories for above ground campaigns in the anti-fur movement? Anybody want to take that one?
Wait, what?
Let
me hear that again.
Effort. Sorry. What are examples of below ground efforts facilitating victories for above ground campaigns in the anti-fur movement?
I think you just
anybody want to take that one?
Didn't you?
I mean, I don't know if there is. I mean, anytime we save an animal, that's a victory for everyone, right? So I don't know if there's a particular. Well, I mean, there's certainly been historically. There's been, you know, anytime there's an underground action that corresponds with an above ground campaign. Maybe I'm not totally clear on the question, but there's plenty of examples of that throughout history.
I think it's very clear that the number of fur-bearing animals being killed for their fur has dramatically decreased from 10 million down.
And you know, this time it wasn't YouTube trying to attack me. It wasn't the animal exploitation industry. I just had my button turned off. That was on me. I'm gonna own it when it's on me. I just had that. I had that button pressed. The button to turn the mic off. So yeah, just yapping away.
To less than 1 million last year, and I think this could be seen as a huge win. It wasn't all from illegal direct action, but illegal direct action definitely played a very key part of it. I think anytime that illegal direct action is used in conjunction with an above ground campaign, that the effects of both sides are maximized. And so I think instead of gluing the locks on your local butcher shop or something like that, I think if you can join a campaign, an above ground campaign like that's being waged by a coalition to abolish the fur trade, for instance, I think anytime you support an above ground campaign with underground illegal direct action, you get more bang for your buck. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And I think there's been a huge victory. If you just look at the number of animals that are not being killed anymore, here in the United States, I think that's a huge victory, and I think we still have a little ways to go, but I think we're 90% of the way there right now.
Yeah, I remember. I believe it was called TNS Rabbits over in the UK, just maybe like 3 or 4 years ago or something like that. I think that underground activity is actually what sparked that campaign and brought attention to it. And then I think they started an above ground campaign, and then maybe there were more underground actions or something like that. So I know that's something that definitely happens. You know, the underground and the above ground kind of can work in tandem with one another, even if they, even if the above ground don't know who the underground people are.
Yeah, well, that was a classic strategy in the UK. I mean, all of their mostly anti-vivisection campaigns, like a New Church guinea pig farm and a number of cat breeding and dog breeding facilities, those all had above ground campaigns that were supplemented by illegal direct action that in many cases, I think, pushed them over the edge and caused them to close down and quit doing the evil that they were doing.
We have another question. Why has the fur industry persisted even after decades of activism against it? I think we've got the two people here to.
Do y'all have any questions for me? Because my chat's quiet right now. And I have to make sure that it's still happening. You know, some of the people who liberated those rabbits. Nice. Hang on. Oh man, it's going to be difficult to carry on with this stream with this bad glitch happening, but we're going to do it because nothing will stop me.
Answer that. Peter, you want to start?
For us, I should say.
I mean, as long as they're making money, there's going to be an industry, and when they stop making money, there won't be. So there's, as long as you have China buying pelts and keeping the industry afloat, and it's just how it's going to work. So, yeah, I mean, it's it doesn't take much to keep a couple hundred farms open. So you might look around and go, I don't know anyone who buys a fur coat. I don't buy fur coats, but it just takes a small handful of people, relatively speaking, to keep a small industry afloat. So yeah, there's money.
Yeah, there's money. Like some of these coats are like, they can be like tens of thousands of dollars for a coat.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe worse.
Whenever there's money to be made, there will be somebody that'll step up and make it. A point that people might throw out there is, oh, well, if we get rid of all the fur farms in the United States, then they're just going to move to China or someplace like that. But what we've seen is on those charts where you see the decreasing number of animals killed every year in the United States, if you look at the global numbers, they're going down just exactly the same number, the same percentage wise. So if nobody wants fur in the United States and if Vogue magazine doesn't want fur, then people in China aren't going to want fur either. And it follows, we've just seen the numbers parallel exactly that when people quit buying fur in Europe and the United States, they quit buying fur in China as well. So it's not like we're going to have to go and repeat this whole scenario in China once we get done with the United States.
Yeah, I want to mention somebody in the comments who said, I mean, it is hard to believe that anybody would still buy fur in this day and age, but somebody in the comments just said that they were kind of walking around Brooklyn and are seeing people who are wearing fur already this year, which is.
Well, speaking of that, you know how New York City Mayor Eric Adams has called for the ban on horse carriages in Central Park and in New York City, and all the mayoral candidates for New York City have gotten behind it, including Cuomo, who issued a pretty strong statement that said free the horses, which was pretty cool. According to PETA, a post from PETA, the other two candidates, that Curtis Sliwa, whatever his name is, guy, also supports a ban, as well as Mamdani. And so there's momentum to ban horse carriages in New York City, but there's I forget what it's called in New York City, an assembly person or something, or a council person, whatever it is, who I guess is like in charge of the council / assembly, whatever the fuck. And she alone, according to a lot of people, is the one standing in the way of that. And you can just go on her social media and she's parading around in fur coats on there. So yeah. And I mean, I don't know, the reason I thought of that is because I know Eric Adams is from Brooklyn, or at least he was, his political career was started he was like Brooklyn something or other. Yeah, anyway, I'm not really intimately familiar with New York City, so that's why I'm not the best source of information on that. But yeah, that's my understanding. So yeah, not a shocker that there's some people walking around New York City wearing fur.
Sad, but
I mean,
yeah, I mean
everywhere. But yeah, it's pretty much out. When I see like something, I just don't know what's fake, what's real. Yeah. I was in a vegan restaurant one time when someone walked in wearing what looked like fur to me, and I was there with the owners, so I didn't say anything. But when they left, I was like, "Was that fur? Was that really fur that that person was wearing?" But I didn't know. Like I have no way of knowing whether something's fake or real. We're at a vegan restaurant. Anyway.
And I think there's a lot to be happy about with everything that's happening lately. And
someone I saw, I don't know, it was like a social media thing or something where someone was like, "How do y'all handle this situation when you see someone wearing fur, knowing whether it's fake or real?" And someone wrote, might have even been one of y'all, I don't even know. Someone wrote, I don't even ask. I just say, "Hey, thank you for wearing fake fur. It's crazy how they anally electrocute and vaginally electrocute those animals, huh?" Just like, don't even have to say anything. Thanks for wearing fake fur. And then if they're wearing real fur, they'll get the message.
We've been kind of talking about both the fur farm raids and the big picture.
Yeah, what an asshole.
And I want to ask you both, with so many above ground victories and hopefully, some big fur bans coming as well.
I mean, that's another win. I mean, I know it didn't happen in the last couple of weeks, but the city of Savannah, down in Georgia, which, is a real southern city, beautiful little southern town, with unfortunately horse carriages, their council or whatever it is just voted to lower the limit, the temperature limit that the horses would have to parade around in to something like 85 degrees, where in Savannah it gets to that heat level. I mean, that's down in Georgia, so that gets pretty hot pretty fast. And so they can't operate those horse carriages when it's 85 degrees. That's a pretty big deal. May amount to a de facto ban.
Why is the Animal Liberation Front and direct action still
another win.
important? Dr. Vlasic, we'll start with you.
I think you have to, I think if you're going to do an industry in, I think you need to look at both the supply side and the demand side. And the above ground campaigns typically target the demand side with popularity among people and companies that are willing to continue dealing, designing, and selling fur. But I think if you don't target the supply side, that you're going to have a much longer and harder fought battle. So if you can go after both the supply side and the demand side, I think that's the quickest way to victory. And it's hard to use above ground actions on the supply side. I mean, nobody's going to go out and do a demonstration outside a fur farm. I mean, you can, and people have done it. I think you and I have done it probably at some of these convergences. You can picket a fur farm, but you can picket a fur farm for years before you get any effect there. And whereas an ALF operative or two can change that arc of viability in an hour, between 1 and 2 a.m. some morning.
Yeah, 100%. And it really can't be said enough that the Animal Liberation Front is most effective in targeting weak links in the chain. And so right now there's no bigger weak link in, all the industries that above ground activists are targeting than the fur industry. And so
notice Peter's watch. I think that's a straight edge symbol that he's got on his watch. He is straight edge.
You could have literally, it would just take a small number of individuals kind of pairing off, targeting fur farms to effectively put the fur industry out of business in a very short amount of time, like literally in the next 3 months. It's possible. Considering how few farms there are and how few animals there are on these farms. And so there really is no better time in the history of the movement than right now for the ALF to be targeting fur farms. again, because the number of farms and the number of animals in the farms is all in our favor, or the ALF's favor, I'll say. And so it just could not be a better time.
Yeah, and to add to that, the fact that the profitability is so minimal at this point in time that there's no strong incentive for them to regroup and add more security systems and things like that. So once they are hit and once their animals are released, there's a very high probability that these places will go out of business.
We have another question in the comments for both of you. If you could say one message to activists currently involved in grassroots anti-fur activism, what would it be? I'll preface that with saying that there's just so much momentum right now. I mean, with over the last 5 years, so many victories, and with Condé Nast, one of the world's most influential publishing houses or publication houses, I mean,
which is significant by itself. There was also great press around that as well. CNN covered it. CNN wrote a pretty damn good article about that.
Going fur free, Vogue magazine. I mean, that's huge. So I mean, I kind of think now's the time.
What up, Insanity's Vanity? That's a good name. Hey, look, you see my co-host today? I got 3 of them. I know one's down here, but he's down there too. Yeah. It's like a little family. It's a little family I got here. But yeah, they wanted to share their thoughts.
That question that was asked earlier about why fur, continues to persist, I think may have been alluding to, what happened back in the 90s when everybody thought fur was dead and the animal rights movement just kind of like let their foot off the gas.
That's what happened,
and
I think.
I would say,
at least
let's not make that mistake again. Let's keep pushing until the fur industry is abolished. I'd love to know what you guys have to add to that, Peter, if you want to start.
Yeah. So, I mean, my message would be ask yourself what your strengths are, number one, and be honest with yourself about what your strengths are, what you're willing to do. If your actions you're confident they're going to be limited to above ground activism, get involved with Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade. That will give you the most bang for your buck, probably for above ground actions. Figure out what they're doing, figure out what's happening near you, figure out what the campaigns are involved in right now, and get involved. And that, apply pressure to the fur industry that way, because again, this is so winnable right now. And it really, you talk about it was the fur industry being perceived as almost dead in the 90s. Like it's far closer to death now than it was at that point. Like
the current Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade target is Berluti, by the way. As Lauren from CAFT explained to me, I think it was Lauren who told me this, but it was like that there are very few storefronts, maybe just New York and LA, where there's like a Berluti storefront. So a lot of that action might take place. CAFT style activism regarding Berluti may take place in Europe.
By far.
Or Japan, from what I understand. I believe. Could it be Japan? I don't know. But anyway, activists all over the world.
You still had, even when we were declaring fur as dead, or so to speak, the industry was dead back in the early 90s.
Fuchs and Rabe.
There were still 600 fur farms. Now we're down to, what was the last, like 60. So the industry is far more vulnerable now. So get involved with the Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade, and then if you're willing to engage in underground direct action, that's going to be the most efficient and effective thing you can do on a short-term basis by far. And that would just involve taking the lead of these activists we're talking about who, carried out these 2 different fur farm raids and applying the same model to your area.
Yeah, I don't really have a lot to add to that. I think we can find a lot of motivation in the number one, in the amount of momentum that Peter mentioned, that this is the closest to death the fur industry has ever been. And also just looking at those numbers and seeing the numbers of animals that are dying going from 10 million to well under.
So just to sort of recap what's happened in the last couple weeks when they're talking about industries being on the brink. Think about it. the Vogue win, you know, and there being so few fur targets left, the Omni win on foie gras, where there's only like one main supplier of foie gras in the United States, and that's Hudson Valley Foie Gras up in New York State. And then there's Ridgeland Farms, which is, according to them, fighting for their life right now, which is one of two major dog breeders in the United States, the other being Marshall, which also happens to be in New York State. They're the larger one, by the way, but Ridgeland Farms in Wisconsin is the other one, and they're on the brink. So we're talking about three major struggling industries in right now. And I'm not an expert, so I can't say like how close are they to folding, that sort of thing. But we're talking fur, vivisection, and foie gras. That's a lot. That's a lot of victories really close at hand. And Lauren from CAFT was talking about the fur industry. She said, you know, what if we were able to knock out an industry? Just knock out an animal exploitation industry. And you could really argue that one of those goes, like the fur industry, you might start to see the ball roll where you'd get fur, foie gras, at least dogs out of animal testing. And then there's a lot of animal testing progress, believe it or not, from the United States government right now, because they're so anti-science. So whatever their motivation for it or not is, there is pressure on animal research right now, even at the levers of government.
$1 million a year. That's so important, and it's so good to hear, and such a vindication of what we've been doing is translating into successes. I mean, you can talk to people about becoming vegan all day long, and you can see people go vegan and get all excited about that. But when you look at the number of animals being killed for animal flesh, you don't really see a much of a budge in the numbers. And so I think when you can actually see the results of what you're doing in the number of lives that are being taken, I think to me, it's a huge inspiration. And then that's why I devote most of my efforts to both the fur cause, the fur campaigns, and also to supporting illegal direct action, because I think if you're capable of doing illegal direct action, that's where you can get the most bang for your buck and save the most animals.
Yeah, we've got some more comments. Somebody commented, "This is making me cry." I guess that was probably while we were reading the communique. I thought there were some beautiful parts in there.
God, there were.
Somebody, Michelle, asked, "So happy about this. Have there been any fox sightings in the area yet?" I don't think any of us would know unless somebody's.
By the way, if y'all want to see, he read it, but we could animal we could check it out. We could check out that communique. Here is the North American Animal Liberation Press Office right here. So you've got the mink liberation, you got the fox liberation, and yeah, maybe I'll read it again for those of you guys who weren't here. It was pretty powerful. Received anonymously, October 14th. Not even so much as a fence surrounding the barn at Eshelman Fur Company, from which we could already hear the foxes' cries of distress. Could they sense we were there, smell us perhaps, or hear us digging feverishly under the barn's wall? Or maybe they just cried out every night, hoping someone would help them escape this hell they did nothing to deserve. We hear you. We are coming. That is, I love that they wrote it that way. Finally, we made a hole big enough to slide under the wall and into the barn. It was large with hundreds of cages, but whole rows were empty. Had this fur profiteer fallen on hard times, or had they already murdered most of their prisoners by now? Late October. We hoped for the former, but the remaining captives were all that mattered now. We set to work making sure they would have more than just one way out. The barn's big sliding door wouldn't budge, but luckily it was made of pliable sheet metal that we were able to bend outward just enough to make a fox-sized hole. On the other end, seeing that the front door had no alarm, we simply opened it and let in the cool night air. When we at last approached the first cage, the fox inside reacted aggressively, snarling and biting at our wire cutters. Were we in your position, we would no doubt do the same, but tonight you will learn that not all humans are animal-abusing scum. We opened the cage, and the aggression quickly turned to curiosity. We opened the next and the next until every last one of the 80 or so foxes was free. Some of the cages were fastened shut and required cutting. Others had a simple latch. Some of the foxes made noise at first, but once the cage door was open, they all exhibited a silent curiosity. What is happening? Do I dare to jump out? Where do I go after that? As more cages were open, we noticed foxes scurrying around the barn. After opening the last of the cages, we ourselves made our way out. There in the field behind the barn, a lone, beautiful white fox ran around us in an almost playful manner. She lingered and watched us as if to say thank you. Truly astonishing behavior from one who had only ever known imprisonment and abuse. A magical moment that we dared not stop to appreciate. You don't need to thank us. Seeing you leave this horrible place is all the thanks we need. Now is the time to run. We, the Animal Liberation Front, have promised the foxes and mink of this world for decades now that we would destroy this vile industry. We are far, far behind schedule, and yet it is so close to collapse. We have allowed it to teeter on the edge of the cliff for years, almost as if we are daring it to back away and return to what it was 30 years ago, a golden age of fur that countless activists fought so hard to end. Dear reader, is that something you want to see happen? Because if not, know that you are the final piece we need to push this despicable industry off the cliff for good. Your inaction only serves the fur farmers. They are counting on it. Make them count empty cages instead. Ooh, that's some good writing. Make them count empty cages instead. Hey, fucking Leo Tolstoy or somebody opened those cages. That was fucking beautiful. By the way, guys, if you're not following that page on Instagram, check it out. It's where I found out about it. Here's the link to the press office on Instagram. Was that not beautiful writing? Holy shit. Fucking Leo Tolstoy did that shit. You even know we got some fucking poets in our movement, huh? That's wild.
Said something.
There usually is not enough animals released from a fox farm for it to really, have a noticeable presence in the surrounding areas. But with mink, there's often follow-up media coverage saying, hey, mink were spotted many miles away. They're eating people's chickens. And there's always kind of those aftershock reports for sure. But I don't ever remember hearing that about a fox farm ever.
Yeah, not only are the numbers smaller, but I think foxes are probably a bit shyer. And I used to live out in California, and we had native foxes around where I lived, but we would rarely see them, and only occasionally, late at night, your headlight might catch one on your way home or something. But they're pretty shy, and I don't think people would see them, and especially a fairly small number like this, and they're going to disperse over a wide area. It's a very rural area where this farm is located, and I don't think we're likely to have reports of too many people seeing them. I mean, the profiteers always claim that they're raiding the neighbors' chicken farms within about 20 minutes or something, but that's just publicity arm. That's what the Fur Commission USA basically has a script for these fur farmers to read to the media and to the public when this sort of stuff happens, and it always includes that most of them get run over by cars, and the ones that don't are too busy killing the neighbor's cat to get out there, and it's just all propaganda.
Yeah, Antonio is in the comments. Antonio asks if fur farmers have insurance for these type of things that cover raids. I know that we were talking about this a little bit in one of the previous live streams, that maybe even sometimes it might even be possible that fur farmers release their own animals so that they can get the insurance money, because the fur industry is just not that profitable anymore. Do you guys have anything to add, Peter?
Yeah,
I found it interesting. Let me just say, I found it interesting that with the this recent Iowa raid, the initial report was 1,000 animals released, and then about, I don't know, 24, 48 hours later, all of a sudden it was 2,000 animals released. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if the farmer had said, "Oh shit, if I'm going to try to collect insurance, I might as well collect insurance on 2,000 animals. How are they going to know?" You know, right? So I think there is some scamming of the insurance company.
Wow.
That goes on. It would be interesting to know how many of these people actually have insurance.
I don't really know much about it myself, but when I had Joanne MacArthur on, the great photojournalist, she said that the fur industry is like very heavily subsidized. I didn't really know that, and don't quote me on that, but I don't really know the situation.
I don't know. Again, it takes away from their
She would
profit
know, I
margin
guess.
if they're having to pay out insurance claims, if they're having to pay out an insurance premium every year. So I don't even know what percentage. Maybe Peter's got a better idea that how many of these people even have insurance at all.
I'm guessing the insurance rates are probably starting to go up too.
100%. Yeah, to your point, Jerry, I can say with 100% confidence from my own personal experience, they exaggerate the numbers almost always. And I mean, like, you know, we would go to a farm and we'd say, okay, we get together afterwards and say, what's like the high estimate of number of animals we released? And the number reported in the media is always far beyond that every single time, except for one that I remember, but almost every. And so, yeah, I 100% didn't get away with it because mink are not trackable. You can't, there's no invoices for me. It's just, they get bred. So it's very easy to fudge the numbers. We did have an incident of a farm in Minnesota. I think we might have talked about this in the last one, but in Minnesota, where it's the fur company or the insurance company denied their claim after a mink release. They claimed it was the ALF that came in and released 40,000 mink. The insurance company denied their claim based on the evidence did not support that it was anything other than an inside job. So that happened.
Whoa.
Now, as far as
say that again?
Deny their claim after a mink in Minnesota, where it's we did have an incident of a farm in Minnesota. I think we might have talked about this in the last one, but in Minnesota, where it's the fur company or the insurance company denied their claim after a mink release. They claimed it was the ALF that came in and released 40,000 mink. The insurance company denied their claim based on
40,000
on the evidence did not support that it was anything other than an inside job. So that happens. Now, as far as do our companies insure, I'm actually really curious about that. We'd have to, I mean, the only way we'd really know is looking at not recent, but legal cases. So I know, like in my case, all the I think all the farmers were insured, but that's going back a lot of years. Like I'd be curious to know, look at a case like Joseph Buddenberg's case or Kevin and Tyler's case and know, you know, maybe have some evidence there. But I wouldn't be surprised if insurance companies are just simply not willing to insure farms at this point.
Yeah, I mean, insurance, as a lot of us know, like oftentimes is a racket anyway. You know, something like happens and you pay for insurance. I mean, just talking about, you know, in normal day-to-day life, and insurance often doesn't cover it. So I imagine that
the fur farmers are liberating the animals themselves. Wow. That's crazy.
Insurance companies.
I wonder if like a fur farmer has ever just opened the cages on their own fur farm and then crafted an ALF communique and sent it in. It wouldn't be unheard of, right? That'd be crazy.
Are doing anything they can to like try to not cover it when when this kind of thing happens, even if they do have insurance, right?
Totally.
I got my little co-host here with me, and it's like, you know, little stuffed animals like this are like so soft that I've been like petting this guy almost like he's like real. I'm sorry. As I have to come clean about something. These aren't real foxes. Sorry to burst the illusion. No, I'm just kidding. They're real. Of course they're real. I wouldn't do you like that.
I want to put a out there to all the insurance company executives that are listening to this live stream. Find a way to check those numbers, because you're going to be you're paying out for a lot more than actually got released.
Yeah. And or just, and you can avoid having even wonder by just simply not insuring these farms. That would be my message also.
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
That'd probably be.
Yeah, I like how Insanity's Vanity said that message about they have the messages flowing through their veins, and then everybody Fly said, "Hell yeah, IV." It's like an IV fluid drip. Yeah, I mean, can y'all see? I can't even see my screen to see what I look like, which is probably for the best. So y'all, like, I have it good because I'm doing the stream, but I don't even have to look at me. Y'all, like, well, I guess some of y'all you could like put it on and then look away. But some of y'all see me up in the top left. It's disturbing.
The best move. I want to switch gears for a moment and
Where are you taking
just
us, Trey?
briefly bring up this liberation that happened in France, 62 hens. I'm wondering if any of you could just talk about how different that might look than like a fur farm raid, because chickens like can't survive in the wild. So like what's happening to pull off something like that? I think it's great that these things are happening in Europe as well.
And we see these farm animals liberated, especially in the UK. It seems like it happens probably every week or two. There's a liberation of some chickens or hens, or even occasionally like pigs and other animals. But the problem with these are that these animals need to find homes, and so they basically need to go to a sanctuary or even somebody's yard that is prepared to take care of them, and that's much harder to do than the animals have to be transported, they have to be taken care of. Oftentimes some of them need veterinary care. It's definitely a lot more intensive activity involved in liberating farm animals, and of course it's important to the livelihood of those animals. But on the other hand, it's probably not going to make a lot of change as far as, nobody's going to go out of business having 20 or 40 or 60 hens liberated.
What's up, Jeffrey?
From a farm that may have thousands or tens of thousands of animals on it. So it's probably not as politically expedient to do something like that. But again, it's important to those individuals, and if that's what you have in your neighborhood and that's what you're capable of doing, then sure, better than nothing.
People might underestimate how like logistically challenging it can be you hear 60 chickens and you think, well, that's a fair number, but it's not a lot. It actually, if you're the one moving them from the barn to the vehicle, that's a lot of chickens. Transporting 60 chickens takes a significant amount of space. You cannot do that in a pickup truck. Maybe, possibly, but it would be challenging. And they're heavy too. So, with like a mink farm raid, the bottleneck is going to be finding a farm that is appetizing or easy to target. With chickens, the bottleneck is going to be homes. That's the biggest challenge. Even chicken farm is a very easy target, but it's just a question of what do you do with the chickens, and that's always going to be the biggest obstacle.
Yeah, I know that you guys have talked about in the past how it's possible to go out by yourself and raid a fur farm and liberate some animals. I would imagine with a species like chickens, you have to bring a lot more people into the fold and trust a whole lot more people, because you're trying to find homes, you're trying to do this, you're trying to do that. So logistically, I imagine it would be a lot more difficult, not impossible, but a lot more difficult. But yeah, it seems like the fur farm raids would be a whole lot easier, and if they're available to you.
And in the case of like, for instance, one of the open rescues of pigs that Wayne was involved in, the FBI like tracked down those pigs to a sanctuary, and it was hard on the sanctuary owner because they got knocks on their door, a very uncomfortable situation for them. Yeah.
We went to there was an egg farm, or not, sorry, chicken farm rescue that I was involved with, where some farms got hit. A farm got hit by a tornado, and the farmer was just bulldozing the chickens, and so he was just like, come get them. So we took, I think it was 200 chickens out of there, and that took probably, oh guys, like 8 multiple trips, like 3 trips, like 3-4 pickup trucks per trip. It was a huge undertaking for what amounted to, I think, about 200 birds. So 60, I mean, that's a significant logistical challenge, getting even 60 chickens out of a farm.
Yeah, I know in New York City, around Kaporos, they typically they rescue somewhere around 200 or 400, sometimes even more chickens every year, and it's logistically it's just huge. It involves dozens of people and multiple sanctuaries and so much to do. It's a lot of work, but yeah.
Oh shit! Some got married. Congratulations. The fuck? That's awesome. Yeah, I saw your post about the Earth Crisis show. That's pretty awesome too. I mean, it's like you got married, sure, yeah, but you went and saw Earth Crisis. No, I'm just playing. Congratulations. Yeah. Sure you're pretty happy. Allie seems really cool. And you had Carl from Earth Crisis officiate? What the? Are you just trying to rub it in and just talk about, are you trying to say like my life is lame right now, Jeffrey? Because I feel like that's what you're doing. Getting married and got Earth Crisis officiating your wedding. And here I am with a couple of stuffed foxes doing a live stream. Yeah, I take this personally, Jeffrey. I take it personal. Yeah, that's true. You're an overachiever. Congratulations, man. That's amazing. That's really cool. I had no idea that you did that. And I didn't even know that was I mean, I haven't known you for very long. I didn't know you weren't already married or whatever. But now look at you. Now you're gonna be a little lap sitting girl wearing a ring. And yeah. Imagine your debates now with Garland. Imagine. Just a lap sitting girl now with a ring. Bound together now. Been together 6 years. That's pretty cool. That's my longest relationship was 4 years. So you got me beat by 2. Is he? Yeah, we haven't heard from that guy in quite a while. Yeah. But y'all don't know, but because I had to delete the stream because the algorithm was killing me, but I totally tried to clickbait y'all today by naming my stream live Steam stream. Find your vegan soulmate, guaranteed. And then I was gonna give you a money back guarantee. If you don't find your soulmate during this stream, money back. And I thought that was brilliant clickbait. I'm going to do it again, but I had my mic not working, and so the stream was decimated by the algorithm. So for like 2 minutes, I was doing this, Jeffrey. I was doing all that shit, and then I wasn't even talking, you know. So the algorithm destroyed me, even though I had a brilliant title, and we were gonna joke about it the whole fucking time. So now it just became a lot more serious. Friday Night Live, Beagle updates for Friday. I just didn't want to name it the same thing. So anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna do that kind of stream because I just think it'll be funny. I'm gonna be like a snake oil salesman. Are you suffering from dysfunction of the erectus? Well, try my Love tonic. Find love. Guaranteed 100%. A 100% money back guarantee. I'll shut up. Y'all are here for the fur. Let's.
Somebody commented,
anyway.
Guys, I come from Poland. We were waiting so many years for this moment. It is huge. The president needs to sign it. So cool that we have somebody from Poland in the comments.
Oh, shit.
And
Nice.
yeah, I can only imagine how they feel with their country hopefully about to ban fur. That's really
Let's
cool.
hope that gets done.
To bring it back to fur farms and, underground action, pelting season is upon us. We're just like days away from November. At what point will the fur farms cages
I should do that.
Be empty in November? And at what point after November will we start to see animals in cages again? And, at what point would those animals have a better likelihood of surviving in the wild? Dr. Vlasic, if you want to start.
Yeah, Peter may know more about this than I do, but generally, sometime in November, early December, almost all of the non-breeding animals are killed and skinned for their fur. Generally, the new mink are born sometime in January or February, and so there's only a brief period, maybe a month or two, when the cages are empty and these farms are
still doing that shit. Felix, did you get to the part in Operation Bite Back where they talk about that that guy who ends up selling them his fur farm? It's a really interesting part of the book. I won't spoil it for you. That didn't really spoil much, but yeah, there's some horrible descriptions of what they were doing.
Susceptible to, say, more economic damages. I'm not suggesting anybody go out and burn down a fur farm during the month of January, but if you want to, great. So yeah, there's a period of about a month or two, to my understanding, between the time that the previous animals are killed and the new mink are born. And of course, there may be breeding pairs that are still around during that period of time.
Yeah, if you ever go to a farm and it's actually empty, that's going to mean it's out of business. So the farms are never empty. There's always going to be at least the breeders. And they say that you should wait until late May, June to release animals where the newborns are, weaned. You should really, if you have an opportunity before then, you should probably do what you can, even if it just means releasing the breeders at that point, whatever you decide is best. But the optimal time is always going to be late May to season.
What's the significance, Peter, of releasing the breeders or, destroying their genetic records?
So it's just what I said earlier, which is it's anywhere from difficult to impossible to replace breeders. Some of these breeding stock have been they've been bred over generations and many generations, and that really is the main asset of a fur farm. Anyone can just go and buy some random mink and stock a fur farm, but it's the genetic stock that really is what gives pelts their value. That's why you see some farms commanding much higher prices than other farms. It's the quality of that genetic stock. And so when that's ruined, you release the breeders. They're all mixed together. You can't tell what's what. And when they get mixed together with the non-breeders, the farmer's unable to tell which is which. And so they have to just pelt out and start completely from scratch, which is why we see so many of these farms go out of business, because it's specifically the breeders. In a legal case I was involved in, there was at the time, the average pelt price was like, I don't know, it was like $50 or something, but the breeders that we released were valued at $800. So you can see that's really where the main asset value is on a fur farm. So you can, if you have to choose what animals you want to target, if you only have, let's say there's got a farm of 10,000 mink and you've only got 2 or 3 people and you really can't empty the place, or you could actually with those numbers, but if you choose not to, find the sheds that have the breeding cards, find the sheds that have the anything that denotes, okay, this is where the breeding stock is. So usually be cards, like index cards above the cages, something that denotes, okay, these are the special breeder mink, and then those would be the ones to target.
Oh, Trey.
I've lost your audio, Trey. I can't hear it.
So sorry, I forgot to unmute. So even if somebody arrives on a fur farm and all that's left is the breeding stock, so maybe there's only a handful of animals, it might still be worth releasing those animals and, you know, getting rid of that information, because while
guys, smash that like button and hit the subscribe button. I'm not going to say it again. This is this is your verbal warning. It's a threat. If you don't do that, it's a personal slight against me. And all you who already are subscribed, you know this doesn't apply to you, but you might not have hit the like button. Hit it. I don't know what you're waiting on. Like, have I not proved myself yet? Look at these guys. I've got 3 foxes. 3 foxy co-hosts. Look. How does that not earn a like and a sub? I mean, it could be better if it's just like this, right? Then maybe. Then I'll have the views. Okay? But let's try it. Let's see if the views shoot up. Let's try it.
you might not be able to release 2,000 minks like the raid that just happened, the lasting benefits would be really great, because, you know, that would just prevent a lot of these animals maybe from being bred into existence potentially. Is that enough alone to potentially shut down a fur farm? Just getting rid of the breeding stock?
I mean, not only is it enough, that's actually the highest impact thing you can do. So 100%. So just getting rid of the breeding stock is like the highest impact thing you can do. And so what we saw here in Iowa with the 2,000 mink, that actually, if I had to
let's check the views. That was a quick experiment, but let's see. Oh, they went down. What? Y'all really think I'm that handsome? Really? Am I that handsome? I mean, my views went down. I thought they'd shoot up. I thought I'd be around 20 by now. Oh, well. Oh, well, they didn't like you. I'm sorry. They hate animals, especially foxes, I guess. Let's try this guy. This guy is pretty damn adorable. Let's try that. Let's try that.
Yes, I would say that is very likely breeding stock. Like 2,000 breeders would actually be a normal breeding stock for a farm. I think 10,000 mink is, you know, at one time, maybe in the 90s, that would be considered somewhat a larger farm. Now that would be considered actually on the small end or medium-ish, smallish. So 2,000 breeders is going to be pretty normal. But here's the thing: you can, and because I've timed myself doing this, for 2 people can release 1,000 mink every 15 minutes, very roughly speaking. So you could, if you only have one other person to work with, you can be in and out of a farm in 30 minutes and release 2,000 mink, like what happened here in Iowa. And 2,000 mink could literally be the entire breeding stock. So in other words, the most high impact action that you could carry out at a fur farm could be done by 2 people in 30 minutes.
Wow.
I agree.
We have another question in the comments. It seems some of...
Okay, hang on. Quick check on the numbers. Well, we're at 8. We're at 8. What's up, David? Nobody likes my jokes, David. I got jokes for days. Nobody appreciates them. I do what I can. Hey, we're up to 9. We're up to 9. Look, David, I got some co-hosts, people who have been here for a while. Thank you, David. Thank you. They've heard me talk about these co-hosts for, what are we on now? 2 hours. 2 hours of that. Felix's cat likes my jokes. Not Felix doesn't so much.
The larger animal rights groups have declared victory against the fur industry already. Can you address the dangers of premature calls to victory? Dr. Vlasic, we could start with you.
David, how did Project Livestream go for you? I was up pretty late last night in the streams, but not for once it got to North America.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of these big groups that you know are kind of more focused on donor contributions than they are anything else. They often say, "Yeah, look at us. We killed the mink and we killed the fur industry, and now we want your money so we can go and knock out the next industry." So I think it is dangerous because it puts your average grassroots activist on notice that it's over. And
David, I'm having a kind of rough day. Not gonna lie. Let me tell you about my rough day. First of all, I started a live stream just about 2.5 hours ago, I guess, and my mic wasn't on for like minutes, and that decimated me in the algorithm. So I had this brilliant title and everything. I was very excited. I thought it was going to go great. Didn't go great. Okay, so that happened. And then Jeffrey was in here bragging about he got married and shit, had Earth Crisis to officiate his weddings, while I'm sitting here with a couple of stuffed animals doing a live stream. And I felt like that was a personal attack on me. And it's hard to get attacked by your friends like that. So yeah, I had like a personal attack on me. Then I had a bunch of people on my live stream who are watching, didn't sub to my channel and didn't hit the like button. And I know this because I looked at my numbers. There was like 8 people watching. There were like 4 likes. 4 likes, David. So yeah, it's been a rough day. It's been a hard one. And then people didn't like my fox jokes, except for Felix's cat and you, David. So I do my best. I do my best for you guys. Yeah. But on the bright side, I do have all this shit. I got all these guys with me. Look, my 3 co-hosts. I know it's always about he smashed it right away. Smash or pass? He said smash. David didn't pass. He smashed. By the way, just thought I'd give Jeffrey a hard time. Big congrats to Jeffrey. It's big news. It's pretty awesome. But it was kind of a personal slight, I felt. Just kidding.
To go do something else. And all that does is allow the mink industry, the fur industry, to recuperate and develop their next strategy. And speaking of those strategies, I think social media is probably the biggest thing to worry about now, especially now that Condé Nast has not advertising fur to the mainstream anymore. I think we have to look at so-called influencers and their ability to promote fur. So I think we certainly the above ground activists, I think, need to be really on notice to look after these influencers and to make that part of their campaign.
I gotta say, if I was in the fur industry and I wanted to sabotage activist efforts, I would start a group and declare fur has been won. I mean, that's literally the most destructive message you could send, and one that is most beneficial to the fur industry. So that anything that would cause activists right now to take their foot off the gas is like 100% the most destructive thing you can do, and beneficial to the fur industry.
That was a good that was a little good message there from Peter. So yeah, don't prematurely declare victory.
Yeah, it's like that saying, the devil's biggest trick is tricking people into thinking he doesn't exist. I think that that's what we can draw for the fur industry here.
Yeah.
Like saying that it's over is definitely not true and could allow them to have a comeback. Given everything that's happened this month, that we've talked about,
I was in Jim's stream, didn't see the thing happen live, but I scrolled back to see what had happened, and yeah, she did great. I mean, credit to all those activists for staying calm. If y'all don't know what we're talking about, it looked like one of the slaughterhouse workers at the place that Jim Lettuce was at with several other activists, it looked like one of the slaughter workers maybe I can't it was kind of hard for me to see. It looked like maybe he punched him from behind or something, and then had one of the activists had their phone taken away. Police were on the scene though, and everybody seemed to be okay, so that's good. That's good news. And yeah, Jim seems super calm dealing with it, as did all the activists. And as usual, and you know this, David, because you've had a few unhinged people come at you in the last few days. It's always them that fly off the handle in that way. So yeah, David was doing just like pretty typical vigil stuff, going up to a truck to film the pigs inside, which by the way got an amazing footage of those pigs in there. And then the truck driver came out and threatened to punch him, and he was real tough though. I mean, he was a real hulking giant of a man, who wore comically goofy socks, I thought, and walked with his arms out like this to make himself appear even bigger. It's kind of like a blowfish, like blowfish. It's their defense mechanism, right? To appear bigger. So they go like that. That's what this guy did with his arms. He was like, I don't know if y'all can see me. He was walking with his arms as though he was carrying things under them. And it was like that. So I was very intimidated, but David seemed to keep his cool. But me watching the stream, my heart was pounding and I was scared. And but David held it together. So yeah, I don't know what it is. Maybe these violent industries, people are a little prone to having little violent reactions to things, huh? Yep.
The fur-free policies, progress in Europe, all these liberations. What do you think the fur industry looks like in maybe like a year or 2 years?
Yeah, that interview I did with Trey the other day was just, we decided to do that in like 30 minutes. We were like, you want to do this thing? Maybe let's do an interview. And we were like, okay, you want to do it like 30 minutes, an hour? So that was just so easy. It's nice when it's like a buddy, you can just kind of hop on. And he's been a repeat guest, so he knows the drill and everything. So we just hopped on there, cranked that thing out, and you can tell from the interview how kind of easy it was for us. I like interviews like that where it's like there's no like strain or anything. Sometimes, when you're interviewing someone that you don't know, like there's like a bit of feeling out that you have to do at the beginning of the interview, and sort of like have people kind of ease into the conversation, that sort of thing. But yeah, I don't have to do that with Trey.
Well, I'll just say that the prices are trending in the wrong direction from our perspective. Right direction for them, wrong direction for us. So
yeah,
it's going to depend what we do in the next year or two. But
yeah, just that sock situation. It's like you can't look intimidating when you're wearing like cargo shorts and a t-shirt and you got your socks rolled up halfway up your shins, and it's just like it just didn't work for me. I'm sorry, dude, the truck driver dude, your look just didn't work for me. If you were going for intimidating, I'd recommend maybe something a little less like you rolled off the sofa and slid some shoes on. Slid some shoes on from what you were wearing in your sleep. And yeah, I don't know. But nothing was going to work for that guy.
Right now, you got the stock at an all-time low. Ranch raised mink stock and Fox at an all-time low, like worldwide.
One last interruption before I pay attention again. But yeah, that was that Trey. He was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing over there?" I picture like a fence, and Trey like looking over like, "Hey guys, can I come?" Guys, what you doing? Oh, that was hilarious.
So, but again, once the money starts to come back in, once the incentive is there, that could start trending the other way as well. So we're in a very precarious spot.
I think we need to make it very, very clear to those who raise animals for their fur that they're not safe, and that their farms will be attacked, that they will be attacked, that we're just not going to put up with this anymore. I don't think anybody ought to be thinking about going into the fur industry to make money without worrying about what both underground and above ground activists are capable of doing. And that's one of the good things about the Coalition to Abolish the Fur Trade, which has in a lot of ways kind of mimicked the Stop Huntington Animal Cruelty campaign back in the early 2000s. And that there's a reputation that's developing around the group that once they set their sights on you, your life is just going to be made miserable until you do what they ask, which is stop abusing animals. And I think we need to cultivate that mentality that if you deal with fur, you deal with us. As the chant goes, deal with fur, deal with us. And the deal with us part has to come with an implied threat that we're going to target you. We're going to go to your executives' homes. We're going to make noise in the middle of the night outside your house. We're going to raid your fur farms and destroy your property. I think it needs to be very clear so that there is no room for these people to start a new movement.
Guys, is there anything that we haven't covered that y'all want to bring up? Any points you want to make before we wrap up momentarily?
Don't back off. We've got them on the ropes. Now is not the time to back away. We need to hit them harder and harder. We have a reputation now, both above and underground, has a reputation of taking no prisoners and of winning these campaigns. And I think we're sending a very clear message that we are capable of putting these people out of business. And I think we need to capitalize on that while we have it.
Yeah, I would also say there's, some targets are more appetizing than others from the underground perspective. You've got in Wisconsin, which is just north of what the areas we're talking about, Illinois and Iowa, that were targeted recently. You've got the two major fur receiving and grading operations right next to each other in Wisconsin. You've got the Saga Furs and Fur Harvesters auction just right up the road from each other, and that's where all the animals in the country. Not all of them, but the majority of them get funneled through, a couple buildings in a very tight time frame. 30-day. We're talking about December when animals get killed for their fur. They get sent to these grading facilities, and so these are real industry linchpins. Targeting a farm, huge high impact, low risk action, and you've also got others as well. So there's just a lot of appetizing targets out there.
Yeah, there's also another choke point that's like the vaccine maker in Minnesota, Vaccinova. I mean, they make basically all the vaccines for all the fur farms in the whole country practically. And without these vaccines, the fur farms have a much harder time existing. So there are some real choke points. You can find a lot of this information along with a list of all of the fur farms that are still open in the country at finalnail.com. That's finalnail.com. You can see all the fur industry choke points as well as all the remaining fur farms on that website, finalnail.com.
And last thing I'll say, if you don't have an interest in actually breaking major laws, you can also just go to a fur farm and help the finalnail.com update their database, because they rely on just crowdsourced information. So if you want to just go and confirm, hey, this farm is still operational, it's not operational, there's a lot of kind of gaps in intelligence, and it's really helpful to keep that list updated. So that's also an option.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you guys so much for taking the time to be with us. I know it's always kind of short notice after these fur farm raids happen, but I know we're always glad to congregate and jump on here and talk about amazing news when it comes to.
This is a really nice trio of kind of essentially reporters for this stuff. It's really cool. I like how it's been a repeat segment, essentially. By the way, I just linked to it, so make sure that Animal Activism Collective gets your subscription, and that they get the like for providing the content. Y'all know that though, but That's the video.
Animals. I want to remind folks that Fur Free Weekend is coming up, Black Friday, Fur Free Friday. It's one of the biggest shopping days and biggest shopping weekends of the year. So for those of you that are listening that are above ground activists and want to make a difference with pressure campaigns, my advice to you would be to join your local community and participate in Fur Free Friday. Animal Activism Collective is hosting an event in New York City from November 27th through the 30th. 4 days of animal rights action targeting the fur industry. So you can sign up, send us a DM on Instagram or check out the link in our bio on Instagram and sign up. I'll also try to put the link for sign up in the chat here. But I really appreciate everybody for checking out this live stream. And we hope those animals are all running free and don't get caught. So I want to thank Peter. I want to thank Dr. Jerry Vlasic for joining me today, and we'll see you next time.
Great to be here, Trey. See you soon.
That was a great stream, guys. Great stream. We were watching Finnegan Fox earlier, and there's like a 1 day ago Finnegan Fox health update. What happened? Share this tab. All right, so I'm going to set this to play. I'm going to let my co-host here take over for a minute. My Foxy co-hosts. They're gonna hold this down for a minute while I run to the bathroom, and y'all get your Finnegan Fox health update.
All right, guys, we are going to take Finnegan to the vet this morning. He seems to be having some digestive issues.
Oh, no.
Some like regurgitating and lack of appetite and just kind of general discomfort. So we're going to try to figure out what's going on.
Say hi to everybody. Hi. All right, here we go. Sorry. What's your deal?
Sorry to start your day off with a doctor visit. That's no fun. No offense to doctors. We've been in the car for about 90 seconds and he's definitely pooped and peed already. Nice.
Hi, buddy. You doing okay? Why aren't you eating? What's the deal? What's the deal?
You need me to lay or is
yes. You can get a pulse ox on it.
I'm Dr. Henderson, so I just finished with the ultrasound here. Some concern was whether we were vomiting versus coughing, and there was concern on x-rays for gastric wall thickening and lymph node enlargement. And so during our ultrasound, I agreed with some of those concerns. There is some wall changes to the stomach that look abnormal, to the wall layering and some of the thickening of it. The small intestine measures a little thick altogether, and the lymph nodes associated with the gastrointestinal tract are enlarged. So my top concern would be something like a GI lymphoma in this case. The spleen also has some changes that maybe it's just reactive inflammation, but also could be lymphoma as well. So we're electing to sample the lymph nodes via aspirate technique, as well as going for endoscopy to take endoscopic GI samples of the stomach and duodenum to help evaluate the diagnosis.
You still want more profile, don't you?
Oh, perfect focus. Okay.
That's what we're gonna do.
So eventually it'll just protrude in front of the camera there?
What? Oh, what are we looking at? What is this?
Oh, there it is.
What the hell is this? Okay, let me skip a. Sorry, guys.
Come on, buddy.
Well, were my co-hosts good while I was gone? Or did they make good hosts? Should I keep them on? Should we biopsy, eh? What's up, John? How are you doing? How'd they do? You know, be honest now. I'm thinking about whether or not to let them take over for me in the future. It's a succession plan. But, you know, they have to pull their weight, you know, have to do good hosting. How's Finnegan? Reason Big Flower says earlier.
Wake up, little buddy.
Oh, look at this little guy.
We've got Finney loaded up. Gonna take him home. He's still pretty. Oh, he's out of it.
Oh.
It's been a few weeks since I made the video that you just watched, and we waited for some test results back. And I'm actually back at the vet again with Finnegan now because he doesn't want to eat.
What?
So he's got inflammatory bowel disease, which is chronic. There's no cure for it. And it's affecting him to the point where he's like building up gas in his intestines and not pass.
I didn't realize it was gonna be a sad video, y'all. Let's find out.
It's causing him to not have any desire to eat. And so they release the gas now, and you know that's just a temporary fix though, and it's not going to get any better. It's not going to get any better for him. We maybe can, you know, keep it from getting worse, but it might get to the point where we're going to have to give him like multiple injections every day just to keep him going. And his arthritis is pretty hard on him too. So this is not the best update. And this is really hard. This is really hard to deal with on top of everything else. And I'm sorry, I'm like really trying to keep it together for this, but this is the worst. And I feel like I don't even know how I can edit and post this, but it's yeah, I mean I think it's gonna get to the point in like 6 months to a year where we're gonna have a quality of life conversation for Finnegan. And on top of his inflammatory bowel disease, Finnegan also has a mass on his lungs, and it's not in a spot where they can easily get a sample of it. So I don't know what it is for sure. But Finny's health is not looking great. Anyways, I guess just keep Finny in your thoughts and prayers, and whatever donations you're willing to give to help out with his medical expenses are greatly appreciated. And just thank you for your continued support. I keep on thinking like, oh, hopefully things get better from here, and doesn't seem to be going that way. So
yeah,
I guess that's all I have to say for now. So
he has been going through it, this guy. I don't know much about this fox rescue other than the tragedy that occurred recently. It's like family members had sent me some videos here and there, and I had seen the adorable videos with that woman and Finnegan the fox. And this is very sad because it's sad for Finnegan as well, but I know for this guy, I think it was his partner who ended her own life, and they were so intertwined. So it's like he's getting a double whammy, and that happened like pretty recent. It was like, I don't know how long ago, just months ago, right? I don't know. Some of y'all know about this better than I do. Yeah, I don't know. Well, here's the link to this video. Sorry, I thought I was going to leave something that wasn't so heavy for y'all. I thought it would just be like, oh, Finny had a stomach ache. We took him to the vet. I thought it was just going to be a very cute video. But anyway, I brought us down. Let me bring us back up. All right. Well, guys, I had found this channel that seemed really cool. Sorry, just checking something out. Okay, let me find this. There's this cool channel where they're showing like archived old videos, and since I have an interest in like the history and everything, figure maybe we can watch some of that stuff. If y'all want to with me, I'm gonna watch it. That's what I'm saying. But y'all are welcome to stay and let me and indulge me. So I have Keith Mann's book about the ALF, but I haven't really seen, and it's called From Dusk Till Dawn. It's like very massive book, but I have not actually seen him speak very much. But here's this old interview with Keith Mann from 2007 that I watched about half of. I figured, well, I stop doing that on these streams, and stop doing it on my own, and then I can watch these things on stream with y'all. And this channel seems cool. I'll just go ahead and link to it. Archive of Animal Liberation Films on the net. How fucking cool is that? I wonder who's curating it. But that's pretty awesome that they've made these available. So let's check out Keith Mann. Yeah, so yeah, again, well, I had Tom Harris on from the Shack campaign, and he talks about Keith Mann some, and he said that, like a lot of those like iconic photos of the ALF guys in the masks were Keith Mann. That's what he told me. All right, let's check out how he talks.
Dangerous extremists, they see themselves.
By the way, this is sort of like interesting interview because it's pretty contentious. This guy's doing what the BBC does, kind of like we watched the BBC interview with Chris Hines, and they certainly have their agenda, don't they? That BBC, and it's weird because I always thought of the BBC as like really, really good when I was back in radio days. I always thought they were even better than like NPR, which I had a high veneration for, and they were just like on it overnight, that sort of thing. But now I kind of see this in a different context, obviously, and that's not to say that they don't have great journalists doing great work, because they do. Let's just be clear, they do. But when it comes to these like TV hosts, ooh,
The British police regard them as dangerous extremists. They see themselves as fighters for a noble cause. The Animal Liberation Front has targeted hundreds of research labs, farms and individuals associated, they say, with the abuse of animals. My guest today spent 7.5 years in prison for his role in ALF operations, but has direct action brought his cause into disrepute?
Disrepute. Has his calls brought the movement into disrepute? This is going to be a great opportunity for me to bust out my perfect British accent, guys. So be prepared to be wowed. Wow. Let's not be over dramatic or anything with hard thoughts.
Keith Mann, welcome to Hard Talk. Thank you. Let me begin by quoting to you the words of a couple of judges who sat in judgment on cases where you faced the court. One judge described you as a ruthless fanatic. Another said that you were conducting
I actually haven't seen the beginning. I must have skipped around.
operations bearing all the hallmarks of terrorism. Do you now regret your involvement with the Animal Liberation Front?
Absolutely not, no. Certainly not because of the views of the judge. But I've got no regret or remorse for anything I've done. I've never hurt anybody. What the Animal Liberation Front does, what I've tried to do is raise issues that I consider a lot more serious than, I don't know, paint strip on somebody's car or an abusive letter through the post box. You know, we're talking about live animals being tortured to death for various reasons. These are big, serious issues that we should be discussing.
But you were, in 1994, for example, arrested with bomb-making materials, explosives, and a list of targets. That's not exactly just letter writing, is it?
Well, no, but unfortunately, just by writing letters isn't going to get us where we want to be. We're not able to raise these issues by simply writing letters to people that are abusing animals. And often, throughout history, it's been proven time and again that the most important actions that raise these issues tend to be illegal. You know,
yeah, but explosives, you began by saying, I've never harmed anybody. What on earth were those explosives for, then, in this list of targets?
Well, they weren't explosives. They were incendiary materials. They were for causing fires, for raising issues, for causing fires to raise issues. You know.
Sorts of fires that we've seen throughout the last 10 years. ALF activists burning down buildings, burning cars, burning personal property of individuals. That's harm, isn't it?
Well, to inanimate objects, but as I say, there are bigger issues. There are things that we should be discussing that are more important, which is the damage that's being caused to life. And it's not just animal life, it's human life, particularly with the vivisection industry. And now we see with what's happening with the meat industry, the massive amount of damage it's causing to human beings and to the environment. You know, these are big issues, and if damaging an inanimate object can raise that issue and get people talking, why have we got a problem with that? I think that's very important, and we should be encouraging people to protest and to raise these issues.
We're going to talk a lot about the beliefs you have and the damage you believe is being done to animals in many different forms, but I do want to stick for the time being on your notion of what is legitimate in terms of your campaign, your protest. You keep talking about inanimate objects. Well, Chris Bishop, for example, from Wickham Laboratories, 2005, he's not an inanimate object. You, in open court, shouted out at him, your trouble has only just started. You'll need to look under your bed from now on.
Anybody who's involved in animal exploitation is obviously going to be on the receiving end of protest action. Now, that can come from people writing letters, protests, firebomb attacks, animals being rescued from their property.
Threatening to put an incendiary device or a bomb or whatever you were threatening, it was all implicit, but whatever you were threatening, it clearly was directed at him, his person. I'm just trying to establish how far you're prepared to go, and let me just quote to you the words of the man who many people regard as the founder of the ALF, Ronnie Lee. Quote from him, "Animal liberation is a fierce struggle that demands total commitment. There will be injuries, possibly deaths on both sides. That is sad, but it is certain."
Well, I've repeated similar sentiments, and unfortunately, it hasn't reached fruition on both sides of the divide. One side, well, take it as you will, but our side of the argument, we never discuss this. People are being killed because they're protesting against animal exploitation in this country. We've had 3 protesters killed in recent years. Most people don't even know about that. They'll know about paint stripper on cars and an alleged threat in a courtroom, but why aren't we talking about teenagers being killed by middle-aged men because they're protesting against animal exploitation? These are serious issues, and it is going to continue happening because the authorities aren't concerned to protect people like me who are trying to raise these issues.
You say killed. Obviously, the authorities have looked into all of these cases. No charge of murder was ever brought or anything like that. So
Yes, I guess he's probably he mentioned 3, so it's probably maybe Barry Horn, Chris Hill, so and Jill Phipps. 2 Hunt Sabs. Tom? I forget his name. I'm ashamed to have forgotten his name. Someone was asking me if I had talked about Barry Horn before, and I pointed them to my John Curtin interview where we talked pretty extensively about Barry Horn. But we talked about that guy also. Mike Hill. That's it. Yeah, for some reason you don't hear as much about Mike Hill. Tom Warby. I don't even think I've heard that name before. And why not? Why not?
It's not as though the authorities haven't looked, but my point to you is
well, I can say one reason why, because Keith Mann's book is quite long. And I've had to read, well, I didn't say had to read. Been very fortunate to read really awesome books in the meantime. But I do intend to read his book at some point. It's just a behemoth. That is a big old book. Keith, you wrote the Bible.
On the one hand, the ALF says we do no harm to human beings. You talk about only striking against inanimate objects, but when one picks away at what you do and the beliefs you have, clearly you are prepared to strike at men you describe as liars, but men you believe are legitimate targets.
Well, I mean, that doesn't stand up to scrutiny because in 40 years of campaigning in this country, nobody's ever been hurt by Animal Liberation Front actions. So where is the violence? Where are all the dead bodies? They're on our side of the divide.
How do you define her? I just wonder whether, for example, the family of Gladys Hammond, the old lady whose remains were disinterred in a Staffordshire graveyard, do you think the family were hurt?
Well, these are very violent men. This gang, this group, this family. They used to attack protesters on a daily basis outside their farm. They were sending 10,000 guinea pigs to be tortured in laboratory experiments every year. Now, in this country, tens of thousands of people, just in this country alone, are being killed prematurely by their GPs because they're being given products that are being tested on animals and passed as safe.
I know,
Okay,
Felix.
that's a lot of human suffering. And it's not just the individuals that are dying prematurely. Their families are having to go through all that grief as well.
But, you know, by the way, about his book and Peter Young's book, which is he's, you know, not just Liberate. Peter Young put out this other one that was like kind of every account from the ALF. It's not like you have to read them all at once. Like you can just, because they're basically like little chapters of, you know, anonymous communiques or writings and that sort of thing. You can pick it up and put it down, read something else, come back to it. But yeah, I think there is something a little intimidating about Keith's book being the size that it is, that has stopped me from really diving into it the way I should. And I should. But, you know, there's other things that I have to read in terms of, you know, doing interviews and that sort of thing. It's actually a book that I'm supposed to be reading right now that I am slacking on a little bit. I need to dive into that thing.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking about publicity stunts, as you say, with the disinterment of Gladys Hammond.
What we had was an old lady's remains who were dug up simply because her family were involved in the breeding of guinea pigs.
I do, John.
And you, not you personally, but your movement, the ALF,
you asked Felix,
hold those remains until
Felix,
the family
sorry.
desisted from their farming operation. And you think that's legitimate, do you?
Well, it served its purpose, and I'm not saying
I'm not asking whether it served it. Is it legitimate?
Well,
you defend it.
Absolutely, I've got no problem with that. All day long, we dig up dead bodies, we put them in museums, we move them to create space for building new supermarket developments. We've got no problem with digging up dead bodies, except when it happens.
Do you see no difference in this case where there was no consent? There was no sense in which the family had any say in the matter. Well, the remains of an old lady were simply dug up and
it offended the sensibilities of this BBC reporter who is all prim and proper and talks like this, and his British accent is almost as good as Jeremy's, but not quite as good. Not quite as good as.
In a way and held to ransom.
Awful thing, but what do you do? People weren't allowed to. The injunctions were bought by the New Church family. They go to the High Court, and a lot of these companies do it now to buy injunctions to keep protesters away from their property, killing any objection to what they're doing. Now, what they're doing, they say, is in our interests. It's in the for the benefit of humanity that they're torturing live animals. We've got a right to protest, or we did have. It's rapidly being taken away from us. So what's happening now is people are being forced into a corner. And the reaction you got at New Church is a classic example of that.
I'm just interested to know how you weigh up the balance between the hurt clearly done to the family. The family were distraught. The daughter of this
that was the whole point.
Old lady, she said, the people who did this aren't human beings. How could any human being do something
How could any human being do what she's doing to animals?
It's gruesome. So there was hurt on the side of the family. And of course, there were also, there's a question of the guinea pigs and the way they were being treated. Do you equate guinea pig bones and those of a human being?
Well, life I've considered to be equal. It doesn't matter to me what species it is, and this is the whole point. This is why I am doing what I'm doing. I'm promoting compassion for all beings. It doesn't matter whether it's a guinea pig or a human being. We should have respect for all life. And if we're not going to respect the weakest and most vulnerable in our society, how are we ever going to respect each other?
But I'm interested in the idea of equation. Absolutely no difference in your mind between the rights of a guinea pig and a human being.
Well, to put it into perspective, I would actually have a lot more concern for the rights of a live guinea pig or any species of animal than I do for the bones of a long-deceased human being or any other animal. You know, we should have a lot more respect for live.
You know, like watching this interview, it just kind of makes me think about how little American media covers animal rights stuff. Like, you see Joey and you see Ed doing these TV debates in the UK, stuff like this. You see this, Keith Mann doing this interview, but you don't really see that a ton in the United States. It's very few and far between where they'll sort of engage on the topic.
Living beings than we do for inanimate objects and dead bodies.
Well, respect for living beings. How about respect for the widow of a senior executive?
Like in this format. I mean, Zoe just had that great story come out today in The Guardian. Of course, that's, The Guardian's a UK paper. Of course, they have American. They've got an American branch, I guess you might call it, but yeah, so you'll get articles and stuff, but you don't see a lot of just like, let's debate animal rights.
Of the Roche Pharmaceutical Corporation, he died. The widow then found a bomb exploding under the car, the family car.
They'll do it when they think it's so extreme, and they'll do that. They'll have Keith, but they, I mean, how many wonderfully articulate people in the animal rights movement we have that they're not on NPR all the time, or CNN or MSNBC on these talk shows? It's because the fucking hosts themselves eat animals and they know that they're wrong, and they just don't care also. And it also would be hard, so they shy away from it because it's hard.
After he was dead, the car was burnt to the ground.
By the way, I should say, since they're discussing all this like violent stuff, or violent that in the view of a lot of people, violence towards inanimate objects. But anyway, I don't want to link like when Zoe, I'm putting Zoe's story out there. Like, it's not fair to link those things, so I don't intend to do that.
That car, as it happens, she wasn't. But is that respect for?
But we're talking
life?
animal rights.
Well, again, I mean, I'm not sure the incident you're referring to, but as I say, I've got more respect for living beings than I do for inanimate objects. And if by burning that car you can raise the issue and get us talking about big issues like people dying prematurely,
yeah,
what about
John.
3 million animals being tortured to death in this country every year to test products? These are important issues that we should be talking about.
Are you pro-animal or anti-human?
Well, neither. I'm pro-life, if you like. I believe in respecting all living beings.
would you describe yourself as alienated in some ways from mainstream human society?
Absolutely not, no. I find I have an...
It's nice. You've got yourself a therapist. Free therapy, Keith.
awful lot of respect for my views, and so do many people in this environment.
Well, respect for your views, but all around you, you see things that you regard as absolutely unacceptable when it comes to the treatment of animals.
And you don't? You don't? And, like, fucking BBC guy, like, you don't go around in your life and see that things are atrocities. Like, you're obviously a speciesist, so maybe you don't see that there are human atrocity. You work for the BBC, dude. So yeah, are you somewhat alienated, BBC guy, from humanity? I mean, you go about your day and you work at the BBC. You're reporting on all these atrocities every day. What's going on in the Middle East? What's going on in Africa? In fact, you know, the BBC, they're one of the few, and this is where BBC gets some credit from me, is that they're one of the few news outlets that you'll like hear reports from Africa. You actually get some news. Oh, there's this giant continent that nobody reports on at all, except the BBC, of all things. Like, you just, at least in my Western world, you just never hear about it. Oh, there's a whole continent that nobody reports on. Yeah, but yeah, not to digress. BBC guy, do you feel a little alienated from the world that you exist in?
Of course, and I think most decent human beings do. And I think probably all of society would. If slaughterhouses were made of glass, or we had access to these laboratory tests that are being carried out in our name, most people would object. But it's hidden from us. We're told that it's all clean and cosy, and there's no suffering there, and all these experiments are regulated.
I mean, people eat meat. 90% of people in Britain eat meat. They know where this meat comes from. They know.
No, they don't, you dumb fuck. In fact, you don't know, because if you knew, you wouldn't do it. In fact, if you knew what he knew, then you would be on that side of the aisle. I mean, on that side of the table right now. Instead, you're on that side of the table being a pretentious prick. Fucking elitist bullshit, BBC shit is going on right now. It's fucking obnoxious.
About the battery hen houses, the turkey farms, the
fucking
cattle
elitist
sheds. They know and they eat, just as they wear leather shoes, just as they consume animals.
Yeah, and they don't know, they don't even think about it. When you put on like fucking leather shoes before you even understand what the hell cows go through, you just don't think about it. They don't know, you idiot. And you know why they don't know? Because the fucking BBC doesn't tell them. The fucking serious news media doesn't tell them what's going on. That's why they don't know. That's why you don't know, BBC guy. Fucking BBC guy. Sorry, I'll try to lighten the mood a little bit. I get fired up with these BBC guys. And these NPR guys, and these CNN guys, and these Fox guys, and all these MSNBCs guys. All these guys and gals. Let's not forget.
In so many different ways. You are not winning the argument.
You are not winning the argument. Well, yeah, that's not really his fault, though. That's kind of your fault there, you fuck. You're the media. Do your fucking job. Why does always activists have to do the job of journalists? Always. They always do. Because you know what? The title journalist carries with it a prestige. When people find out that I used to work for public radio, sometimes their opinion of me changes. It shouldn't, but there's like a prestige to that title. And a lot of people wear that title without actually fucking doing anything, which I would count myself in that category. You wear the title of a journalist. Like, how much field work did you actually do? Some. I mean, I was good. I was pretty good. But come on. Compared to an activist? Fuck no. They're the ones showing people what's going on. They're the journalists. So really, it should be you getting interviewed. Why the fuck you can't do your job? Should be Keith interviewing you to ask you all these pointed, loaded questions.
To disagree, this movement, which I've recently written a book about, is 40 years old. It's now become a global entity. There are people breaking into laboratories in Russia now and raiding fur farms in North America to raise these issues. These are kids that are growing up, they're not happy with the way previous generations have treated this planet and its
Well, no one would dispute
inhabitants.
that there are individuals who are not happy, but just look at the latest Mori opinion poll, came out late last year. It shows a clear 76% of people support the use of animals in medical research, regulated medical research. Overwhelming majority.
Well, I tend to disagree. The Europeans for Medical Progress recently did a survey of GPs, and 85% said they were unhappy with animal research and wanted an inquiry into this whole area. And the vast majority of MPs have recently signed an early day motion asking for the same, the first independent inquiry into this whole area.
So you don't accept...
And by the way, like, you know, like I said, I watched some of this interview. I was really struck by how well spoken, how well thought out Keith is. You know, he's owning this interview is so great. And again, because he's the smart one in this interview.
The argument that comes from scientists, that comes from the Research Defense Society, that antibiotics, anesthetics, vaccines, insulin, heart surgery, all of those key breakthroughs in medicine of the last 50 to 100 years have involved experimentation on animals.
Well, water's tested on animals. Every product that exists has been tested on animals. That's not to say that those tests were of any relevance to the development of that product. You could put them in the engine of your car. Any product you'd care to mention, any heart drug, any kind of product, put it in the engine of your car and claim that it's contributing to the running of your car. It wouldn't be, but you could claim it, and that's exactly what we're doing with animal research. Just because it's been tested on animals doesn't mean that those tests are in any way relevant to developing the product.
Do you think these for-profit companies, all of them spending vast amounts on research, which involves, of course, experimentation on animals, are doing it simply because they enjoy experimenting on animals?
Boy, what an embarrassing take from this BBC guy. This was 2007, so this is going back a ways. I wonder if he looks back at this interview and just like, ugh. I don't think he cares, but I'd look back at this and be like, God, was I really asking this guy who's dedicated his life to saving animals? Did I really ask him, well, these billion-dollar companies, do you think they'd be doing that if it wasn't necessary? Dude, like, how did this happen? Because at least, like, would see the BBC, maybe I have a very warped sense of what the BBC is these days, or was while I was working for BBC affiliate stations, that they stand up to power, try to report on regimes and do that kind of thing. But no, I don't know. I think there's a huge difference, by the way, between BBC radio and BBC television. Why that is, I don't know, but I just notice there's a lot more cringe on the TV side. That's not to say there isn't on the radio side. You know, to be honest, I don't listen to it very much anymore, so I don't even know. Maybe they pissed me off even worse. Who knows?
They're doing it because it is, in their view, the only and indeed the best way of developing new medicines.
Well, I disagree wholeheartedly, and as I say, if we had this inquiry, well, it's a bad habit, and also with animals, you can prove what you want. You can prove what on earth you want. You can test. They were doing it to prove that tobacco was safe by giving it to rats, getting rats to smoke because rats don't get lung cancer. You can prove whatever you want by picking any particular species. You can make any product safe. Now, we can see with the number of products that have been taken off the market, after they're killing people, something's not working, and it needs to be assessed, this whole area.
It seems to me you've got a problem because people, even inside your own camp, are giving ground on this question of research, regulated research for medicinal purposes. Pete Singer, for example, who many describe as...
You can, like, if you're able to get press credentials, it is helpful for, like, a protest, that sort of thing. It does carry some weight.
the godfather of the animal are giving ground on this question of research, regulated research for medicinal purposes. Pete Singer, for example, who many describe as the godfather of the animal
Many in the
liberation
media,
movement.
I disagree again
Well,
wholeheartedly.
he wrote the book Animal Liberation, which for many is the Bible of the animal rights movement.
No. This is a
He
media
wrote
lie.
the book, didn't he?
He certainly wrote the book, but he's not the godfather of the movement, and he isn't representative of the vast majority of people who object
Well, I suspect you
wholeheartedly.
say that because in the recent past, just the last few months, he has said that he believes that using animals for research on key diseases like Parkinson's is, in some cases, justifiable. That just, unfortunately, doesn't fit.
He's a utilitarian, and he speaks in a very measured way. You know, the way that the BBC guy is saying it is almost like he's green lighting animal research. He's not. You can read Animal Liberation yourself, you fucktard. You could try that, but of course that might be too hard for you too. He goes after vivisection heavy. In fact, Peter Singer has levied criticism of the animal rights movement from not focusing on vivisection more. And so I don't agree with everything that Peter Singer says, but it's also just ridiculous to confront Keith with something that Peter said when he's already made it very clear that he doesn't really agree with Peter on a lot of things, maybe, at least on this, but the way that this is portrayed to him. So I don't know.
Your more radical, your more extreme view.
Well, I mean, you could put Peter Singer in the same camp as anybody who's working in animal research, and they will say the same thing. That doesn't make them right.
But my point is that he's not coming from the same background. Peter Singer is somebody who's devoted his life to the idea that animals have rights. But in certain situations, he believes experimenting with them is justifiable.
Well, that's his view.
Well, it's also Animal Liberation is also updated now. There's this he put out a 50-year anniversary book called Animal Liberation Now. So he's tried to sort of update from back when he wrote that in the 70s. And yeah, I mean, he wrote this in the 70s, like context. There's a little context too. Yeah. I think it's a good book. I think it's a really good book. Yeah, I'm a Peter Singer fan. Do I agree with everything of his? Of course not. We don't agree on everything. But yeah. But no, like it's really strange, like I like how you said, Felix, Peter Singer doesn't speak for me. Like nobody speaks for us. We speak for ourselves. And that's what's annoying about this interview is that he's trying to put the words of someone else at Keith. You have Keith. Talk to Keith. Keith can speak for his words. Why does he have to answer for what Peter said? That doesn't make any sense. It would be annoying for me, say, if I was being interviewed with someone and they said, Wayne said, blah, blah, blah. And, what about that? I don't agree with everything that Wayne said. Why the fuck you asking me? Ask him. It's fucking annoying. We don't all agree. And that's kind of gets to that, veganism being a cult thing. It's so not a cult. There's so much division, too much division. We don't agree all the fucking time. But our disagreements among this crowd, for the most part, are positive ones. Yeah, exactly. Well, that vegan teacher or Tash Peterson. In fact, every time you see one of these hit pieces on veganism, the Isaac Butterfield interview or the video that Vegan Gays made, of course he went after vegan teacher, had to show Tash, and he made a video about Jade for Justice. Why single out Jade? So I knew why. It's because she's a young woman, and that's what he does. But it's very random, isn't it? Very random. Jade, like, it's a compliment to Jade, though. She's getting on people's radar. But it's just like, the fuck are you doing, dude? You're like a grown-ass man. He's got to be in his 30s, right? I don't know. Anyway, I digress. Let's not get on that.
But as I say, we could prove this once and for all with a proper independent inquiry. And it's only the industry, the people involved in these experiments, that are resisting this call for an inquiry. Now, why is that? If they're so proud of what they're doing and so sure of what they're doing, let's assess it. Let's have an inquiry. Let's test this theory and see if it works. And I wager they'll be wholly embarrassed by the outcome of any inquiry into that area.
Do you use drugs yourself?
Well, fortunately, I've not needed to, no. But I would do, and I wouldn't have any objection to.
You wouldn't?
No.
I mean, for example, if you or a close family member or friend developed diabetes, you wouldn't have a problem using insulin?
No, as I say, I haven't got a problem, and it's not a case of, well, this has been tested on animals, so you're not entitled to use it. You know, these products would have been developed without the animal testing.
How far your principle goes, because you know that it has been tested on animals, but you would be prepared to use it.
Well, if I thought it was going to do me some good, of course I would, but I would certainly use alternatives first, and there are many more efficacious alternatives on the market rather than pharmaceuticals, which are doing people an awful lot of damage.
This BBC interviewer is engaging in the whataboutisms and the appeals to hypocrisy. And what about Peter? Which I didn't know was a thing, but it is a thing. What about what this person said? It's almost like, you know, he's dealing with like your typical vegan live stream troll right now, wearing a suit and speaking in a British accent.
Do you believe that if you had your way and companies like Huntington Life Sciences, GlaxoSmithKline, who use their services, all of these companies had to stop their research using animals in this country, in the United Kingdom, do you believe that those activities would stop, period, or would they simply be displaced to other countries where the regulations on animal testing are not as tight?
Well, I'll go to your final point first. The regulations are meaningless. The abuse of an animal in this country is the same as in any other country. There are no regulations. There's no nice way of torturing an animal, of force-feeding it bleach and pesticide, which is what we're doing, and which is what is often bracketed as medical research.
Wrong. There are regulations.
But they're meaningless.
They don't go far enough.
As far as the
there
individuals.
are regulations. In fact, the British government says that its regulations are the toughest in the world.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Every time there's an incursion into a laboratory in this country, either illegally or by somebody working undercover, the same awful material comes out. Shoddy research, cruelty, extreme violence. And it doesn't matter which country it's being done in. This is why we need an inquiry, because an inquiry in this country would set the pace for the rest of the world. People would see that animal research isn't working.
In some ways, you sound like a fundamentalist. You know what you believe. You believe that animal testing is never justified, is always...
He could throw that right back at you. You sound like a fundamentalist. Sounds like it doesn't matter that the animals suffer in languish in these cages. Doesn't matter that they're exploited or killed. It sounds like you're the fundamentalist that can't learn things, that can't grow, that can't adapt, that can't fucking expand your mind. You're the fucking BBC guy. You're the one that's supposed to be open-minded and intelligent, but no, you're getting schooled and you still can't take in the information because you're a fundamentalist. You fuck. You fundamentalist fuck.
Wrong. You won't accept the scientific evidence that it has actually been...
You won't accept the scientific evidence that it is like 95% ineffective? You might want to look into that, BBC guy.
Crucially important in a whole range of medical breakthroughs. And in that...
Look at me getting annoyed over this interview that took place in 2007. He's working me up, this guy. Getting all fired up.
Sense... There's no arguing with you.
Well, you've just stated you've stated something that's not fact. There is no evidence. There is no scientific evidence. It's never been presented. Now, without there ever being an inquiry, how can you state...
You can say that to me as many times as you like, but all of the evidence stacks up against you.
But there is no evidence.
All of the evidence, every drug that comes to market
has been tested on animals.
Has been tested on animals.
Yeah, that's what I like about this channel. I'm going to link to this, and here, let me go ahead and link to it. It's got like 30 some videos. I kind of want to just like go through all of them. So maybe during my lives, maybe I'll just pick out an interview from these and learn some history. Because I mean, this history is getting lost. That's one of the things that is interesting in talking to these guys that I always ask, like, why is this history got kind of lost, didn't it?
And then go on to kill people. How's that working?
Well, whether it goes on to kill people, there are hundreds and hundreds of drugs, and I've just named the fields in which they have been successful, which have changed people's lives. And you say that...
Yeah, and why did they need to be tested on animals? Why? In fact, that probably slowed their development, if anything. If we had a system that made any fucking sense, you wouldn't test on animals. You probably eat chocolate. So it's good for you to eat chocolate. What about if your dog eats chocolate, you moron? Doesn't make any sense, okay? You're a fucking idiot.
Actually, there's no evidence whatsoever that those drugs work, and that those drugs work because they were tested on animals before they came to market.
What there is, there's an awful lot of evidence that shows that many potential cures for all the vast number of diseases and illnesses that we've got that are killing people still today have been bypassed because they haven't worked in animals. So potentially we could have cured cancer, we could have cured heart disease, even though we know what's causing most of these problems anyway. And often in the case of cancer and heart disease, it's animal-tested products or animal products. The vast amount of animal fats that we're eating is leading to degenerative heart diseases. Why do we need to torture more animals to find a drug to cure that? We know what the problem is.
We know the problem.
You seem to believe in a...
Such a great answer. In 2007, we know what's causing heart disease. You're eating animals. You fat fucks. You're eating animals.
Vast conspiracy that involves the scientists, the big corporations, the consumers, the government. Is everybody conspiring to hide the truth that you see?
Well, we're asking, I'm an extremist. I'm one of the worst extremists that this country has ever created, if you read the media. I want an inquiry, that's all I'm asking for. An independent scientific inquiry into this whole area. Let's prove it once and for all. That would establish the facts.
We've talked about your use of incendiary devices, your direct action. We've talked about judges who've described it as terrorism. The problem you have is that many of your allies think that you have done grave damage to the cause that you purport to represent.
Well, some people probably do think that, but there wouldn't be a movement in this country, and a global movement, as I explained earlier, across the world, if it wasn't for organisations like the Animal Liberation Front raising these issues. We wouldn't be talking about vivisection.
I've already quoted the opinion polls to you. My point is that you're not winning the argument in the court of public opinion, and the reason is, according to people who, again, are anti-vivisection, the reason is your methods. Alistair Curry of the British Union for the Abolition of...
Yeah, so this guy just doesn't understand what they were doing, why they were doing it. It's kind of like when someone says to a protester, you're just making people mad. They're turning against you. You think they're going to like you if you go into that fur store and start yelling? That just turns everybody off. They don't like it. The customers don't like it. The employees hate it. They're just going to be like, no, I reject it. That's not the point. They don't want to be liked. Their goal is not to be liked. And it's almost the complete opposite. We want to be fucking annoying, so they want us to go away, you dumbass. I hate people can't think through this. Like, he's saying that Keith Mann is not winning the argument in the court of public opinion. And he's saying that there are people in the movement who think that Keith is doing harm to the movement. Okay, well, then there's good guys and bad guys in the movement, and then that makes people dealing with the good guys a lot easier because they don't want to deal with the bad guys. The bad guys, right? How many is like you think like the fucking whoever, the Humane Society doesn't say to people like, you want to talk to me so that you don't have to deal with the fucking ALF?
Vivisection. Quote, we will win the argument by changing hearts and minds, not by intimidation, blackmail, and forcing people to change their behaviour against their will.
Well, the problem is, I didn't want to spend any time in prison, and I certainly don't want to go back, and I don't want to see other good people in prison. But what do you do when your right to protest has been taken away? I can't go...
taken away. You live in a democracy. You've got every right to go and protest, to wave your banners, make your argument, and win that argument if you can.
If I go to Oxford University tomorrow with my placards, I'll be arrested. Okay, I can go 1 day a week for 4 hours, no more than 4 hours.
That's because of the campaign of harassment and intimidation to try...
You know, that's why nobody likes the media either. The media is full of a bunch of pussies that just want to be liked, and they're afraid to have people be angry at them or not like what they're saying. And I don't know. It's just like a very base human desire to be liked. And it's nice. Like, I certainly enjoy myself more when my streams on YouTube are filled with you guys and not the trolls. Of course, I like sparring with the trolls a little bit too, but I certainly like y'all's company better. But I'm certainly willing to be disliked. Very willing to be disliked, even by y'all. Like, I'm okay with that. Yeah, there's just right and wrong, and sometimes it's not popular to do the right thing, and you would think somebody at the BBC would know that. You would think that they get a lot of heat for their coverage a lot of the time, but yeah. Again, it's like the BBC hired a bunch of fucking empty suits to throw on TV, and they kept the smart people on the radio. Smarter people, anyway. But they had to get some, suits to host these TV shows. So that's what they did, I guess.
Try to stop construction workers actually building a new lab.
These are peaceful protesters that are being forced into a cordon by the police, no more than 25 for 4 hours.
You live in a democracy.
You can't use a megaphone, you can't use a whistle.
And the onus, the burden is on you to win the argument.
Well, as I say, which is why the Animal Liberation Front exists, because our right to peaceful protest has been taken away. It's been rapidly eroded. You cannot.
Not true. Have you got any other argument?
Well, I don't need one. I can't go to hunting.
BBC broadcasting to the world today. You're right.
Oh, is Toronto doing good in the playoffs or something? I think I've heard about I've heard that it's going well for y'all. I don't follow baseball like at all, but I did hear that that guy for the Dodgers broke out and had like a historic game. Shohei Ohtani, is that it? Shohei Ohtani. Heard about that. But I haven't really followed it much. Yeah. Got to be kind of exciting, though. Jays are up 11-4, 8th inning. Who are they playing? Who's Toronto up against? Y'all won basketball. Remember that? Y'all remember that. The Raptors, they won that one year. That was crazy. All us Americans were like, what? Canada? You Canadians? You took our basketball? How dare you? Yeah, we were furious. No, I'm just kidding. We didn't care. Nobody follows the NBA here. I mean, we do. Some of us do. I follow sometimes when it starts the playoffs. And if there's a good vegan playing, if Kyrie Irving's going, I'll root for Kyrie. I'll root for Chris Paul. The Dodgers. Okay, so did Ohtani do that thing to y'all? Nice. Good banner for baseball, for the baseball game.
To make your case is absolute.
I can't go to Hunting the Life Sciences with a placard tomorrow because I will be arrested. So my right to protest has been taken away. I can't go to Oxford University. I couldn't go to the New Church guinea pig farm. This is what's happening.
The RSPCA, which believes in the rights of animals and wants to see animals treated with respect, says that the only answer to some of the problems that you see is education. Henry Macaulay, their spokesman, you have to educate people to bring them with you.
They could use some help from the BBC, which I guess, it's good that Keith was on there.
Change won't come by just scaring people.
The RSPCA is involved in the production of meat. It operates this freedom food scheme about meat production. So the RSPCA isn't that concerned about animal welfare issues. Now, I say again, there are certain ways you can protest in this country, and, one of them isn't standing outside a laboratory with a placard anymore. People, 700 police officers recently rounded up 30 peaceful protesters and have locked 3 of them in prison in order to shut down the campaign against hunting and life sciences. None of them have broken the law. None of them were even questioned about breaking the law. They were questioned about which protests they'd been on, which street stalls they'd done, which letters they'd written, who else they knew in the movement. And they've all been put on bail. They're not allowed to speak to each other. They're not allowed to go on any demonstrations. This is because they protested peacefully and very effectively against this vile company that poisons 500 animals a day.
So, Keith Mann, what are you going to do? Because the police take you seriously, they regard you as a serious homegrown terrorist threat. I'm talking about the movement now. They've set up an extremism tactical coordination unit, which is focused on your group. Your ability to launch attacks has been severely curtailed. I believe attacks are down by at least 50% over the last few years. What are you going to do?
Well, I've written a book very recently, so that's my focus for the immediate future.
Well, that's peaceful and that's democratic. Well, and you say that's not going to work. So what else are you going to do?
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not going to work.
So it can work.
But this has been raised. The only reason I've been able to write a book.
You wrote a book about the ALF, you moron. He wrote a book about the topic that you're saying is so terrible. He wrote a book about that. And I just said, well, but you're saying this could work? You're saying writing a book could work. So maybe you could have written about, whatever. He wrote a book about the ALF, you dumb moron. Does he even know? Has he seen it? I thought the BBC guys were supposed to do their homework. So yeah, he wrote a book. It's like, I didn't even know. You had him on. I'm sure they had him on because he wrote a book. Because they get boners for that shit. They do. Book boners. I get book boners. I'm not going to lie. I get book boners too. I own that. Somebody wrote a good book. I want them on. To help me with my book boner. Okay. Now no author is going to come on my channel anymore because they're going to see this thing about book boners and they're going to be like, ugh. I don't think so. Sounds kind of weird. But the BBC has a book boner for authors. And I'm assuming that's why they had Keith.
Is because the Animal Liberation Front has raised this movement, has brought these issues to the fore. We wouldn't have got it from the RSPCA or from the BUAV. Nobody was talking about animal abuse before the Animal Liberation Front came on the scene.
In your response to me about what now, the one thing you...
Wait, what? Wait, hang on. Let me catch up. Let me catch up with y'all. Keith Mann. Jeremy, I asked my non-vegan sister for that Peter Young book. Wait, I hope she gets it for me. Your non-vegan sister will get you the Peter Young book. That would be cool. Yeah, guys, Peter Young books, especially Liberate. But then there's that other one that's also kind of like Keith's book. It's just massive. Well, that's good. We want the non-vegans to pay for that. Let's get the non-vegans buying us books for our book boners. Yeah.
Didn't talk about was whether you're prepared to use direct action and violence again, are you?
I've never used violence in my interpretation. There's violence. I think we do.
Well,
we do
I'm
our
talking
species
about
a disservice.
your incendiary devices, your attacks against quote inanimate objects. You going to resume those?
No, of course not. But violence against living beings is something we should be discussing. Attacks on inanimate objects is not really that important in my interpretation. There are bigger issues that we should be discussing. And why we keep focusing on paint stripper on executives' cars over the torment of living beings, it baffles me. It really does. I find it painful that people have more concern and more respect for inanimate objects than for living beings.
I'm just confused. Are you renouncing violence or aren't you?
I've never used... Well, I'm a vegan. I'm a dietary vegan. I don't even eat dairy products because I don't like the violence that's inflicted on living beings. I've got no time for violence, which is why I do what I do.
Keith Mann, thank you very much for being on Hard Talk.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, that happened. I'll give the BBC guy one bit of credit in that, if you did want to flesh out the philosophy, then you might play devil's advocate anyway. you know, so that the person can truly explain themselves. So in that case, it was effective, I feel like, but he obviously had his own agenda, which was very apparent in the way that he asked the questions. But overall, we got a cool demonstration from Keith Mann. That was fucking great, wasn't it? I would say that was good. So there it is again. Now that we've got Nilf back, can't leave. Maybe let's do one more from that channel. And then maybe I'll game in a little bit, which most of y'all won't care, but Nilf and Felix might care. Okay, so here's that channel, Archive of Animal Liberation Films on the net. So let's choose one here. Videos. You can see Shack National Demonstration, Keith Mann. There's a bunch of, like, not a bunch, but there are some channels like this where they'll have, you know, like some of this stuff. What should we do? Let's just go to the very beginning and see what it is. Beam and De Silva, Hunt Sab's Animal Liberation Front. I don't know if I want something 30 minutes long. Part of the matter. Southeast Animal Liberation. Do y'all have an opinion on some of this stuff? Maybe in the more like 10 to 20 minute realm. Maybe 30 if it's good. If it looks like really pretty cool. A Room with Two Views. Vegetarianism from 1996. Now remember, back in 96, vegetarian could be like the vegans today. Like they just didn't have, well, no, that's not true. The word vegan was coined way back, but I don't know. It wasn't as widely used, maybe. Okay, let me check the chat, see if y'all have an opinion. No, I haven't seen it, but I showed it. I mean, not showed it, watched it. The Jim Lettuce thing. No, I haven't replayed that. But that's on Jim Lettuce's channel if you want. It's from her 2-hour live stream. A to Z of Bad Boys. Nature. Hunting and Hunt Saboteurs. Maybe that'll be a good one. Here's a 10-minute news clip on Shack. Hunt Sabs. Here, expert will. Let's watch Keith again. Let's stay on Keith. Let's do that. Give me an interview. I have no idea what this could be. Back in the day, back when we had television, like just people would have to turn on the TV and watch like one of 5 channels.
George Orwell once wrote, "The more you're in the right, the more natural that everyone should be bullied into thinking likewise." His definition of a fanatic paints a perfect picture of the central character in tonight's case. A man whose passionate beliefs drove him to a campaign of violence and terror.
Wow, this is like a horror film. Oh, this is going to be great. Guys, get your popcorn. This is going to be great. This is going to be like kind of a good Halloween thing. It's about Keith Mann. He's setting it up like a fucking murder mystery. Oh, I gotta see that again.
Perfect bullied into thinking once wrote. George Orwell once wrote, "The more you're in the right, the more natural that everyone should be bullied into thinking likewise." His definition of a fanatic paints a perfect picture of the central character in tonight's case. A man who's...
I like how he's going to like demonize Keith Mann, an animal rights activist, by citing George Orwell. Like Keith Mann, who's battling an oppressive, tyrannical system. And he's going to say that George Orwell is talking about the fanatic of people like Keith Mann.
passionate beliefs drove him to a campaign of violence and terror. Here was a man who had a deep concern for the well-being of animals, but this was in stark contrast to his disregard for the lives of human beings.
Was it? I don't think so. How many people did Keith Mann harm / kill? Oh, let me count it up. There was that one time when there was this other time when there was this zero. That's it. That's the number, is 0. Oh my God, this is great.
Mummy, can we have these beef burgers? Mummy, please.
Do you like beef burgers? Do you like animals? What about cows? You know, cows that moo. Do you know how they make cows into beef burgers? Well, first, they smash their brains in. Then they take big knives and they slice the legs off one by one. Then they pull off all the skin and they hang the bits on hooks in a freezer. Just like one of these.
I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Oh, guys, this is man, we stumbled into a good one. Yeah. I pity whoever's not in my live stream right now. I pity them. Yeah, this is no, it's not the spook stream, Brian. It's the scream stream. The scream stream. It's another one.
No, Mum, it's me. It's me, don't worry.
Keith? Oh, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I don't know. I don't see head nor tail of you for weeks. And then you suddenly turn up out of the blue, and I hardly recognise you.
Oh, well, I've been busy. Going out like in the evenings, you know, that sort of thing.
Oh, met some new friends.
Hey, come on, hey!
Where'd you get him from?
Alf. His previous owners weren't looking after him properly. It's all changed now, though, hasn't it? Hey, boy?
Why'd you call him Alf?
People call it Alf sometimes. I don't even know. Did ALF people ever call it Alf like that?
That's for Animal Liberation Front. Stands for Animal Liberation Front.
Why are you doing all this?
Scared. happen, guys? They gonna save some animals?
Right, let's do it.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? If you haven't got the bottle, go back to the van.
Nah, you don't understand. Let me try and make myself a little bit clearer.
Went a little further than that guy was ready. Come on, stop.
Clearer? Right, let's get started.
Listen to this.
Wow. I can't believe I've never heard of this before. I don't think people know about this thing. Oh my God. This is definitely lost to history.
Listen to this. Special branch officers were in Oldham today investigating an Animal Liberation Front raid at Strivens Abattoir, which caused £15,000 worth of damage. The ALF said the attack was part of a national campaign of economic sabotage against the meat trade and other animal abusers.
Right, we've got to keep the pressure on. What we need is maximum publicity. We've got to hit the butchers and the fur shops picketing and handing out leaflets. We've got to raise people's awareness.
Leaflets! Oh, sorry. Sorry. They mentioned leaflets and I got scared.
This is war. If you want to win, you gotta hit them hard. You don't picket them. You firebomb them. There's a battery farm down in Kent. They've got 150,000 chickens cooked up in a warehouse. By the time I'm finished with it, the lorry pound will end up looking like it's been napalm. And that's something the papers will be interested in.
But you could end up killing someone.
You're either committed or you're not.
Ooh, you're either committed or you're not, said the ALF. You could kill someone. You do it or you're out. That's how it went, right? The ALF, the group that has the credo that you don't commit any violence towards a human. You're in or you're out.
No.
Someone.
Well, that's something the papers will be interested in.
But you could end up killing someone.
You're either committed or you're not.
Bitch, listen, don't bring down the mood. We're all ready for this. You over here talking about scenarios that could happen? Just get out of here.
You're either committed or you're not.
Get out. Get. Go on, get. It's only going to be us left.
Superintendent Montgomery speaking. John. I'll have to call you back. Cheers, mate.
This is the best, man. This is the best. This is the best night of my life. Yeah, this probably is the BBC. Exactly, John. It's good to watch it together. It's not like we could watch this on our own. It'd be too scary. So it's good to watch it together, especially with Halloween fast approaching. We're a week away. Man, I didn't know this was going to turn into such a scary stream. Scary scream stream, but it sure did. It sure did.
If we forget about a bunch of students setting bunny rabbits free, our informant said this bloke's on about starting a firebomb campaign.
Our hero.
He's even talking about making his own explosives.
Explosives? Is this informant reliable?
See for yourself.
Did it. The battery farm's here. Now I've arranged for us to use a safe house a few miles away. When we finish at the farm, we turn left this way, and it's about a 10-minute drive.
She's got wire, Keith.
Done your own work?
Well, we can't afford to screw up.
Well, there won't be any mistakes on my part. What's that then?
Hey, stop! Leave it!
All right, don't shout at me. Well, what is it anyway?
Well, it's just what I'm working on, right? Now, you ready?
Yes.
Name, expert witness, Keith Mann.
How can anybody treat a living animal like that?
Come on.
I can't hear anything. There's something out there.
For God's sake, will you just get a grip on yourself and let's do this?
I'm just sort of imagining the next time I see this particular group of friends, I'm going to make us all watch this together. And I can't. It's going to be a joyous time.
I won't bother taking your coat off. You won't be staying long. We've been watching you for ages, Keith.
Oh, no. You mean he had a YouTube channel too? Keith was pretty fast. They just let him get away. I know. Man.
Well, Keith, I know all about terrorists. I know your type. I know what little regard you have for human life. I also know that you're a ringleader.
Ooh.
These petrol bombs, they're just a crude wee start, aren't they? And you had bigger plans than that, didn't you, Keith? I'm not talking about battery farm jobs. I'm talking about blowing up people.
I'm flattered, Mr. Montgomery. You clearly think I'm worth this trouble. But you see, the ALF doesn't have leaders. We're individuals who have made our own decisions and we take our own course of action. Now, if you don't mind, I'll be exercising my right to silence. Dear Mum, I know you're worried about all this, but it doesn't matter whether they find me guilty or not. I had to break the law to make them pay attention. I want to be out. I want to carry on.
It went from a horror to kind of a drama, didn't it? Now we got real drama vibes.
I'm fighting for animals. You should be proud I'm doing something that really counts.
Yeah, that's what we always say. You should be proud of us, animal rights activists. That's how we talk to our families. You should be proud. That's... I know, though, it's hard to tell. There's only one person who spoke. Oh no. Hang on. That looks like leather to me. Leather boot.
New cart door strawberry ice cream from Walls. It captures all the fresh, delicate taste of real strawberries. Just ask any strawberry lover. New cart door with real pieces of strawberry. New cart door. Tasting is believing.
It's been 2 weeks. What do you mean? I mean every day for 2
In the ads too?
2 weeks.
Y'all see that shit? That's how they were promoting ice cream and dairy.
New cart door strawberry ice cream from Walls.
Talk about profit.
It captures all the fresh, delicate taste of real strawberries. Just ask any strawberry lover.
I like reviewing the ads too.
New cart door.
Like someone
real pieces of strawberry.
Recorded this onto a VHS. It's awesome. Just shows that they were doing the they were promoting the dairy shit.
New cart door. Tasting is believing.
Tasting is believing.
It's been 2 weeks.
What's the matter?
What do you mean? I mean every day for 2 weeks. Every day? Every day. And it's good? It's very good. 2 weeks, huh? Oh, yeah. What does your wife think? She thinks it's great. You should try it. Oh, I'm gonna try it. Good.
They're talking about Kellogg's All Bran. It's very high in wheat bran fiber. Make it part of your complete breakfast and see how you feel.
How do you feel about it? Good. You feel good. I knew that I would.
Kellogg's All Bran cereal. Try it for 2 weeks. Love it forever.
What was that? Why were they talking like that about breakfast? Is it so that we like lean in? So that because we can't hear, it makes us lean in, and then we are like really like, wait, what? Like, why is this a secret? Like, you're talking about fucking breakfast, right? It doesn't matter. We don't care. Actually, what you eat for breakfast. So is that the strategy? Because I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. That was weird. But anyway.
Down below the surface lurks an intruder, threatening us with itching, soreness and pain. That intruder is athlete's foot. But
Whoa.
now there's new Torpedo. Torpedo Cream is a specially formulated dual-action treatment for athlete's foot.
They don't make ads like this anymore. Man, I'm almost as entertained by the ads as I am with the show.
Torpedo relieves itching and discomfort
These are good.
whilst attacking the underlying infection. Ask your pharmacist for new Torpedo
Don't make any
and
sense,
sink athlete's foot fast.
I mean, the last one didn't. This one made sense, I guess. Damn, those were good ads, right? That fucking evil dairy one. Yeah, what happened to that? What happened to Torpedo? Yeah, they had to get fiber after all that dairy shit. Oh man.
Let me get this straight. He jumped over a wall and ran away.
He did leave this behind.
We pull in everyone we've got. We search every known address, speak to his mother, speak to every member of his family, every friend, every known contact. This is a very dangerous young man we have out there. He's waging a war, and he'll do whatever it takes to win it. We find Keith Mann. And when we do, give him that back.
This is Mann.
We find Keith Mann. And when we do, you give him that back. That was that guy's moment. Look at this guy. He's in character. He's ready for his moment too.
We think your son has been learning how to make explosives. It's our belief that unless we stop him now, he's going to kill somebody.
You're wrong about my boy. He told me he was the one who was in danger because he's campaigning against some very powerful people. They're the ones you should be looking for, not Keith.
Cheers, mate. I haven't seen Keith for like ages. I'd love to help you, man, but it's this paraffin. It's like really doing my head. Ages. Cheers, mate. I haven't seen Keith for like ages. I'd love to help you, man, but it's this paraffin. It's like really doing my head.
And what a rough crowd of characters we've got here. Torpedo. Yeah. Man. I just wish like our commercials could be as entertaining as that. Also, this dramatization is phenomenal.
Pack the explosives into a video cassette box, then cut a hole through the top. Having primed the device and detonator, the incendiary is ready to be executed.
In the months after Mann's escape, animal rights activists sent 36 incendiary devices to targets nationwide. A parcel bomb injured a fur trader, his daughter, a 3-year-old child. Montgomery knew it was only a matter of time before someone was killed.
Oh my God.
Bomb
That?
In the months after man's escape, animal rights activists sent 36 incendiary devices to targets nationwide. A parcel bomb injured a fur trader, his daughter, and a 3-year-old child. Montgomery knew it was only a matter of time before someone was killed.
Wow. I wonder if they like, you know, play this in school for kids. It's the kind of thing that I remember about drugs. You know, this is the kind of video you would be shown in school about drugs when I was a kid. Stuff like this. Yeah. And smoking. It's kind of like that.
She's gone inside.
All these shots, like there was an artist behind this. The shot of Keith with the fire and the sunset, like I almost respect it. You almost got to respect the art director. Not the message, but the art director was like, he was going all in, wasn't he? Where did I find this? Well, we watched a Keith Mann interview, and we just started looking at the channel. And I just randomly picked this one here. Archive of Animal Liberation Films on the Net. We started by watching the video that Keith did on the BBC. That was very interesting. Yeah, this is a this is a dramatic this is like a dramatic telling, I guess, of their version of Keith's story, I suppose. YouTube was made for this. Yeah, there was a Jack Nicholson movie. Jack Nicholson Shining type moment, wasn't it? You don't want me to like this? Man. This has to be seen. This has to be shown to the world, okay? To warn the children. We got to warn the children about what can happen in the grocery store if you encounter we're definitely going back to that scene. I definitely have to watch that scene again in the grocery store. Let's finish the tale.
Superintendent Montgomery, Jeff Barton, Hastings CID.
Good morning. What is this place?
It's an animal sanctuary. A bit like a commune. Dory man said a couple of hours, then left. There's another woman inside.
What about man? Is he in there or not?
That's a $64,000 question, sir. Can't say. There's been no sight of him. But we've got teams closer in keeping watch.
Okay, guys, I want to offer you a trigger warning before we get to this. This is going to be very scary. They're about to go on an animal sanctuary. Hold your loved ones close.
OP1's a base.
Go ahead, OP1.
Someone's just let a dog out the front. I couldn't see who it was, though.
Ask him what kind of dog. What kind of dog, over?
Looks like a beagle.
Beagle.
We go in.
That's all they needed. Looks like a beagle. We're going in. Get that beagle.
Strike, strike, strike!
How much y'all want to bet Keith's going to be sitting there at his desk like this when they come in? He's going to be like this. He might even have a cigarette. Here, I'm going to do it. This is what's going to happen. He's going to be like this. Sorry. Then they're going to barge in. And then he's going to swivel his chair around. He's going to be like, I thought you'd never make it. Watch. You watch. I'm in this director's head right now. I know what's about to happen. I can tell. If it's not exactly that, he's going to be sitting there with a smirk or, a cocky look on his face. And it's going to be like, I was expecting you. Something like that. Come on. Come on. Come on. Tell me I'm not right. Tell me I'm not right.
Where is Keith Man?
Oh, there isn't anyone here called Keith Man. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Clear. Clear. Clear.
Clear.
Will someone please tell me what is going on?
He's
Damn it. Damn it. Y'all have to admit that was a good guess. That was a good guess, though, right? Yeah, what took you so long? I feel like there's still a chance he might say that. He might still say that. Yeah. Yeah, there was a beagle. Yeah, they had to go in. They had to go in. Ridgeland Farms can easily solve the question of whether they're abusing animals or not. Put 24/7 cameras all over and stream them to the public. Yeah, they should do that. We're not going to get that moment. Shit, missed opportunity on their part. Missed opportunity. Maybe they thought that'd be too cool. It depict Keith as too cool if he did that. They got to show him running. Probably his pants are gonna fall down. Some shit like that. They gotta, you know. The irony. He's being chased by a dog, guys. He's being chased by a dog now. Oh no. The animal liberation activist is now being chased by the very beings that he sought to save. The cold, cruel irony. No, this is not supposed to go like this. Bad dog.
Hey, okay. Ben, leave!
You got him, dog. You got him. Well done. Hot dog. You did it. You stopped.
Man was back behind bars, but Montgomery's work was just beginning. He now had to prove that Man wasn't just an activist. He was...
That was anticlimactic, not gonna lie. Yeah. That's true. That dog was doing their job.
the mastermind behind a terrorist bombing campaign.
A forensic team descended on the farmhouse.
Stuff. Red-handed.
Boss?
Individuals to target. Ooh, got a hit list.
Boss?
Yeah.
Have a look at this. Bombing targets, maybe?
These could have been typed out by anyone. Who's to say they belong to man? It doesn't prove he's making bombs.
How reasonable.
Could they prove the bombing instructions had been typed by man? They were sent to a document examiner based in Birmingham, together with man's typewriter. Over a week, Mike Hall painstakingly examined every imprint on the typewriter ribbon. Some had been over-typed and were barely legible, but Hall was eventually able to reassemble everything that had been typed on the ribbon. It included a crucial passage. Hall's
to be executed.
Discovery was encouraging, but Montgomery still had to prove man had the means to make bombs. A range of domestic items retrieved from the farmhouse were sent to explosives expert Sean Thompson at the Ministry of Defense. He was particularly interested in a tub containing 2 mystery ingredients. One was quickly confirmed as sugar. The other was more difficult to identify. Having compacted the powder into a disc, Thompson fired a beam of infrared light at it in a machine called a spectrometer. Different substances absorb infrared light at different frequencies.
I'm learning shit. I know all this shit. That's they're going deep now.
The wave pattern for the mystery substance identified it as a chlorate. The next step was to find out what type. Thompson diluted the powder and injected it into a gas-liquid chromatograph. This machine separates the different chemicals forming the powder by dissolving them at different speeds. The wave pattern told Thompson the other component in the powder was sodium. The mystery substance was sodium chlorate.
Weed killer. Sodium chlorate is weed killer. So there's a perfectly innocent explanation for all the items found in the house?
Yes. But if you remember, we found the sodium chlorate together with the sugar. Now, it's a bit odd, you might think, finding weed killer and sugar in the same place. But when you mix these two together, you get a very interesting reaction. Grab your coat and I'll show you. You better put these on.
You did get him blowing smoke out of his nose. Kind of got
Weed killer and sugar. Like the other items found in the house, on their own they appeared innocuous. But mixed together in just the right proportions, they proved that Keith Mann wasn't just a protester. He was a terrorist, a dangerous fanatic. On the 19th of December, 1994, he admitted possessing explosive components, attempted arson, criminal damage, attempted incitement, and escaping custody. He was given one of the heaviest sentences ever imposed for this kind of crime. 14 years imprisonment. Since this program was made...
Well, the BBC guy said he served 7. You know. Nicholas Tennant, man. Spitting image of the guy that we saw on the BBC. So for those of y'all who weren't here, hang on. Let me make sure we, everybody needs that.
George Orwell once wrote, "The more you're in the right, the more natural.
Just for those of y'all who weren't here earlier, that's Keith Mann.
The British materials, they were for causing fires, for raising issues, for causing fires to raise issues.
The sorts of fires that we've seen throughout the last 10 years, ALF activists burning down buildings, burning cars, burning personal property of individuals. That's harm, isn't it?
Well, to inanimate objects, but as I say, there are bigger issues. There are things that we should be discussing that are more important, which is the damage that's being caused to life. And it's not just animal life, it's human life, particularly with the vivisection industry. And now we see with what's happening with the meat industry, the massive amount of damage it's causing to human beings and to the environment. You know, these are big issues, and if damaging an inanimate object can raise that issue and get people talking, why have we got a problem with that? I think that's very important, and we should be encouraging people to protest and to raise these issues.
We're going to talk a lot about the beliefs you have and the damage you believe.
Wow. Okay, so there could be on this channel the greatest videos that the world has ever known. We just watched one of them. That was amazing. Is this another dramatization right here? Let's see.
The whole community in fear.
I can foresee somebody getting seriously hurt or even possibly killed at the end of the day.
It might be.
Gone round with a screwdriver or something and stabbed each tyre on the car.
Simon Turner, the hall's delivery driver, was also forced to install security measures to protect his wife and children from attack of human remains.
That one looks interesting. Wow. I should probably end the stream and eat some Amy's vegan pizza. Oh wait, we were gonna watch that scene again. Hang on. Gotta watch that scene again. This was something. There's the Beagle. Now I'm making the connection. Look at this lady looking at him. He's getting the sugar. Nice. He's getting the sugar. Who knew? Man, now it's all coming full circle. Didn't even pick up on that before. Didn't even pick up on that. Oh, that's a lot of sugar here.
Mummy, can we have these beef burgers? Mummy, please.
Please? Please,
Do you like beef burgers? Do you like animals? What about cows? You know, cows that moo. Do you know how they make cows into beef burgers? Well, first, they smash their brains in. Then they take big knives and they slice the legs off one by one. Then they pull off all the skin and they hang the bits on hooks in a freezer. Just like one of these.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, this is going to be a channel that we dive into on my streams. Oh, show. All right. Well, I guess I'll end the stream here, guys. I'd like to thank my co-hosts. A couple of foxy co-hosts. They were good, weren't they? They were good. They did pretty good. Not going to lie. They definitely got me through that scary movie. That was, without them, I'm glad I had you all with me, because that was pretty scary. But we got through it. We got through it together. I'd say the real adventure was the friends we made along the way. All right. Well, good night, guys. Maybe I'll game in a little while. So maybe I will. But don't hold me to account if I don't. Because I'm going to eat some pizza first. And then maybe I'll just want to go to bed. I don't know. All right. Jeremy, nice to see you. John, Felix, Alicia, everybody who was here. Nilf. All right. All right. The Scream may continue into the gaming thing. Another Scream stream. Good night, everybody. It's going to take me a sec to end this because of the glitch. So just sorry. The glitch. There it is.